We should be live on YouTube here in just a second, and we'll get things going here. Cool, so we're live there. Alright, so we're going to pick up where we left off with Ghouls R Us. This isn't a challenge run like I've been doing lately. The theme of this challenge, or not challenge, the theme of this run, rather, is we are just trying to focus on our main combat force just being ghouls. We're doing pretty mixed with that. Why is there an X over you? What? Why is there an... I guess it's just your style. Whatever. But our plan is to go mainly ghouls. We have been getting an unreasonable number of children, which has been a whole thing. Transport pod crash. Okay. Alright, so you're our doctor. Oh yeah, I forgot, we do have the cloning obelisk going, but at the moment with the cloning obelisk, I don't have a way to cure the people who do get cloned. And so that's the whole thing. We don't have any, like, major threats on this map or something I'm not remembering. It's been a while since I've got a chance to play the save, so I'm a little lost. But yeah, so, like, when we look at it, we've got 3 children here. We've got a clone in cryostasis. And I think it may have been Moriarty was just a child. One of these... Okay, it was Lardine was just a child. So when you look at it, these 4 have all been children. That's a clone locked away. So I really only have 3 adults that we've been running this whole colony. So while you see all of this, I've got 3 adults running this, and we just got Lardine into the picture. So it looks like I've got a large colony, but in fact, we're really not in a great place. And with all that said, we are struggling a lot on the food front, that I've had to turn to having my ghouls fend for themselves. Which isn't the best. It's been very manual. Hey, Snoot, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Snoot TV, by the way? Another content creator on the platform. Definitely plays their fair share of RimWorld. Trying to see who I want to send the ghouls after for a snack. Hey, ghouls, go get yourself lunch. But yeah, so Snoot TV is another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing a lot of RimWorld. Definitely worth checking out if you like RimWorld. You still haven't played with ghouls? They're a lot of fun. It is annoying in the early game that you have to, like, manually send them out to get food regularly. Because you just don't... Site steal revealed. Okay, well, we're gonna do that instead now. Oh, was I waiting on the site stealer thing to happen? Oh, let's hope this isn't a lot of site stealers. Well. Okay, so at the end of the last time I streamed this, we had the thing where we get waves of site stealers, and I totally forgot about that, so we're actually going to be pretty inundated with site stealers soon. Let's try and get you back towards home. On the other hand, this will actually work out for me, because this will potentially draw the site stealers to us out here, whereas I don't have the ability to detect them or anything else right now. So that's a problem. So you kill that horse, because we need food for our ghouls. Alright, got another site stealer over here. It's interesting how spread out they're being. I'd like to send someone... Okay, we got another one. I'd like to send someone out to capture them. But until we get notification that we've knocked them all down, we're just dealing. Oh yeah, I probably need to update the mod command. I think there's 1 or 2 mods is missing. Okay, so I've got more site stealers coming. That'll just have to be what it is. Oh, did we actually get that one in there? Yeah. Oh, right. That's why they didn't go out there and eat. I actually need you to eat. So you don't get all angry at me. Yeah, so the next wave of Sight Stealers should be way, way more. Mostly unmodded. Yeah, and that's the whole thing, is I run very light on the mods as well. It's mostly quality of life stuff. We are currently trying to train up our geothermal vent, or geothermal power, because we have a vent right here that we can use. But for the moment, I'm waiting the Sight Stealer. A mech cluster with an EMI. Well, I don't actually care about that right now, because I've got a Sight Stealer event going on and we don't have electricity. So they're turning off the electricity we don't have. All right. Hey, Mandy, good to see you again. Let's just go ahead and get them all inside real fast. Why are you still... Okay. Yeah, and those will eventually die, that's fine. Because we're getting another wave, we can capture more of them. So animal starvation is a problem. But where in the past is like, oh, I'll just let them out. They're just going to have to deal. If we lose a few of them, that's actually not that big a deal to me. Why are you mining so slow? Okay. So our guest is going to decide to leave. There is a chance that he'll be the one to find the Sight Stealers, because they'll just chill out there until I go out and notice them. Which is fine. When I get low on meat inside here, we can go out for them. Or if we have, like, you know, a raid show up or trade caravan, the Sight Stealers will engage them. We should have wood, right? Yeah, I got wood. Yep, no, I see that you're here, Mandy. It's just the nature of things when I go switch games. YouTube doesn't give me a good way to handle switching games on it. So ultimately what ends up happening is I have to like end the stream on YouTube side and bring it back up. It's the only platform I have to do that for. All the other ones, I could just, you know, deal with things just fine. Alright, well, you're gonna need more meat. We're fresh out. They're gonna have you be our guinea pigs. Is there anything scary out here? It's kind of stupid. Yeah, and it's just... YouTube as a platform is clearly designed for video that they've kind of shoehorned into being able to do streaming. But it really, at the guts of it, it's still really just meant for video. It can do live streaming, and live streaming can work on it. Like, I'm not saying it can't. But a lot of the design decisions behind it, when you put in that context, make a lot more sense. Like, there isn't a thing where I could say switch categories on YouTube and then it, like, gives me a cut on the video or whatever. It reassigns the entire video to whatever I change the category to. Here, let's just manually have you eat that one to top off your food. And get you back in base. Cool. So we got ourselves in our fragment for making more ghouls. And we can get that going. Now, ideally, I'd like to find a pawn that is either A, extremely useful by themselves, like they just wanted market share. They could make it much easier for both watching and streaming, but they seem to not care if they make money with it. It's much harder. Let's see. Do you ever heard of Voices of the Void? I think someone mentioned that to me. I don't remember what it was though. It is one of those things that there is a lot of overhead when you're dealing with live content. And you have to do a lot more with moderation and all this sort of stuff. Alright, Lexar, you have a good one. I do feel like if Google decided, hey, I want to make a proper pass at live content, that would be potentially really dangerous for Twitch. Because they do have the following and all that they could definitely make a proper pass and, you know, see some success there. That said, for whatever reason, it's just not what they're interested in doing. It's not their priority. It probably has to do with their ad revenue and, like, sorry, their advertisement strategy and all that. That, for whatever reason, it's just not what people are wanting on their end. Who is our construction person? So that's Lardine as our construction person. Let's see what they do when they actually wake up. Hey, Soon, how's it going? I'm not sure if I was hearing those sight stealers or the sight stealers out running about. Where did you get the splitter for the ghouls? I don't know what you mean by the splitter for the ghouls. Archotech splitter? I don't have one of those. I don't know why that has an X on it, to be entirely honest. Like, I don't remember it having an X the last time I played. You need one per... No. The shards? These? You get them from anomaly things. Are you talking about the shards? Yeah. So, whenever you do anomaly things, like you kill, you know, ghouls, devourers, whatever, there is a chance that they drop them. Okay. So it's party time with the sight stealers. Alright, so this is going to be a mistake, because all of those animals are going to try and run out. But we're going to go tag that door. And where's the rest of my team? I wanted them to already be there, but... Yep, and all of the muffalos scatter out the door immediately. They say, "We are hungry and there is food and we shall go get it." So I don't know. Okay, sight steal revealed. Normally I have those sensors that let me see invisible stuff all around my base, so I can just go till they stop popping. But I don't have those this time, so I gotta wait for it to be like, oh, it seems like they're all gone. Stream's going good, Astrid. Thank you for asking. Yeah, all of the muffalo yelling freedom and running out of the building. Okay, can I get you to... You go ahead and capture that one. You capture one. And honestly, the reason I'm having them capture them is more just to get them to, get these bodies out of the door. Alright, so schedule, we're going to let you out just long enough to haul that body. Okay. Alright, so schedule. You two go back to restrictions. We're going to unrestrict the others, which is a little worrisome, but I'm going to need to collect those animals. I'm hoping that because we've had those standing outside, we're in the clear. But I'm going to need to start collecting all of the muffalo. Let's try running around here real fast. And just see if we see any more of these pop. Entity needs treatment, that's fine. So 10 to that one, 10 to this one. If it survives, which is a big if, we will extract bioferrite from them both. Yes, I'm using the ghouls as bait to just do a lap around the outside. And if we happen to trigger any more of them, then we know we've still got more of them around. Otherwise, we'll just assume we're in the clear. Meanwhile, start collecting all these scattered muffalo. Alright, we're clear. So those aren't going to be a good source of bioferrite, but they're at least something. Alright, so next thing we need to do is we still are just collecting all the muffalo, getting them back in their pens. The good news, that also means they were fed. Yep, they're trying to catch up. We got a lot of people on it. It's going to take a while. I do have an alarming amount of muffalo. Oh, right. You're taking all the fresh corpses and you're throwing them in what will eventually be the freezer. And I was going to check Lardine. You're extracting bioferrite. That's fine. And we still have the EMI field, but we'll worry about that after we get all the muffalo back. Alright. Yeah, so we didn't get anything done for construction that day, just because of all that going on. We do have some corpses of site stealers floating around. I know they're scattering. What's your opinion on the Team Fortress 2 drama? I have no opinion because I don't know what it is. I know people have brought up a bunch of stuff. Let's see, isn't there a mod for Twitch and YouTube that connects the chats? Oh, the bots? I haven't played Team Fortress 2 in an age. I've heard that it's pretty bad to the point that, like, there is a bunch of people in an uproar, but I haven't played Team Fortress 2 in an age. So I don't really have a whole stake in it. I mean, if it's been ignored and it's really that bad, you know, sure, they should do something about it, but I don't really have a strong opinion. Alright. So I might end up losing a muffalo or two, just to them getting away. I just have so many. Yeah, so many are still not in the pen, but they're working on it. If I lose one or two of them wandering off, but all of them get fed and we get time to catch this up, that's a reasonable thing. Pretty bad? I'll take your word on it. But like I said, I don't have a strong opinion on it, one or the other. Like, I know there's been people review bombing Team Fortress 2 because they've just, you know, they basically said that the servers are just not being taken care of and the bots are terrible and all that. And by all means, if that is the case, hopefully they do improve. But Again, I don't play, so I don't know the story. I haven't really kept up with it. Let's see, I hope you had no implants of metal horrors, or are the ghouls immune to that? I believe the ghouls are immune to that. I'm not sure. That said, to be clear, getting hit by an enemy from Entity does not give you a metal horror. That is misleading information the game gives you. The way the metal horrors work is some time goes by and the game says, okay, it's time for a metal horror. And then it immediately, in that moment, it's either right away or like within seconds, it can drop a spot of like gray flesh in the ground that you can find. And then it comes up with why you have it. It's not that something hits you and you get the metal horror and then later you discover it. It's literally the game unilaterally says, okay, it's time for metal horror. What's my excuse? And you can even have it where you literally have had no situation you could have gotten a metal horror from, and it will just come up with something anyways. It's just kind of, I think it defaults to like, it was brought by an outsider, and you look around and go, who? It's kind of like when you make art on stuff in the game, where it's like, it goes to past events, and it says they'd made an art piece about, you know, how the one person was injured the one time and got better. The art didn't happen because of that. The art happened, and then it was attributed to that. But yeah, the same thing with metal horror is you have it attributed to some action, whether or not it actually happened there. And if you ever want to test that, you can go into dev mode, and you can keep an eye on your colonists to see if they get the hidden thing that they have a metal horror, and just watch, and you'll just randomly see one light up with it, just out of nowhere. And they'll be like, oh yeah, they totally got it because that thing hit him. It's like, uh-huh. That thing's been dead for a year, man. So Sentient Cookie can talk to you. Hey, ABC, how's it going? That's fine, Mandy. I genuinely don't care, to be honest. Like, if it's a problem, it's a problem, sure. But I haven't played Team Fortress 2 in an age. Like, it's a bummer if it's ruining the experience for people. Like, I do hope they get that sorted. But it's one of those things that I'm just not knowledgeable on, not messing with, so I don't really know one way or the other. I believe you that it's widespread and all that, but it's not a thing that impacts me in any way. And I'm not someone who's messed with enough to really have any strong opinion or whatever. Because there is definitely no shortage of games that have problems with like cheaters and botters and toxic behavior. And it's just easy enough for me to just be like, alright, well, I just won't worry about that game. Alright, so get those two rooms started to set up for containment. Obviously, I'm not going to keep these just for those. I understand, Mandy. Just, again, I don't care. Team Fortress 2 came out in 2007. Was it really that late? I actually felt like it was earlier than that. Oh, you know what? I'm conflating Team Fortress and Team Fortress 2's release date. Yeah, and those are games of the last 10 years. Yeah, Team Fortress 2 felt like one of those games that kind of just, you know, I played a lot of it back in the day. Like, I really had a good time with Team Fortress 2. But where I know there's people who just kept avidly playing it for years to come, for me, there was just definitely a point where I was like, yeah, expect a 17-year-old game to run perfectly or continuing to be managed is something a stretch in your opinion. Well, the thing is, they've still put out new content like hats and all that and whatnot for Team Fortress 2. So that's my understanding of the controversy, is that they do still have a whole bunch of stuff that they are adding to the game that you can get through microtransactions and like their loot boxes and all that, while also effectively being derelict from maintaining it. That's my understanding of where the beef is. That said, I haven't played in a long time. Like, I didn't play for a long time. They came out with, like, the single-player thing that they added that was, like, kind of, you know, wave defense or whatever. And I played a little bit when that came out, and then I just never got back to it. Oh, I just realized... Okay, no, that's fine with the barricade. Really interested in Team Fortress 2. Would you like to keep talking about this thing you know that about? Yeah, it's exactly kind of the thing. It's just like, yeah, I just... Like, I used to play a lot back in the day. Like, I liked to play as, There's a lot of times I'd roll Medic. I would roll, Scout a lot of times. I like Demo Man a lot of times. And, yeah, Man vs. Machine was 2012. Was it really that long ago? Man, it doesn't feel like it was that long ago. But yeah, so I briefly got back into the game when that came out, because it's kind of the same thing that I got kind of tired of a lot of the multiplayer stuff in it. And so me and Toon played that together for a little bit, because she wasn't as into the versus thing. She just kind of liked playing as an engineer and building the turrets and all that. And then she'd get annoyed at people who, you know, you have the pyro who's trying to be aggressive versus trying to deal with people sneaking. This is capture the flag when we're talking there, you know, versus doing support. And it's just kind of those things. My issue was, like, you'd play Team Fortress 2, and half the time you'd join a server, and there'd be, like, 5 snipers on your team. You're like, come on, man. And you just get rolled over and be like, yeah, because we got 5 snipers on our team. You should check out Voices of the Void, and it has some ways that you can install models from people and put them in the game and 3D print them. I have no idea what half of that means in the context. Generally speaking, people can drop suggestions of games for me to play on the Discord. I do that because by streaming 9 hours, I'm just not going to remember what's suggested. Like, it's not from, like, a lack of caring. It's just, by the time I finish with a 9-hour stream, like, it's not that I'm frazzled, but, you know, you forget half of the stuff you talked about and all that kind of stuff, and, you know, you just need people to be like, hey, like, here's this thing, it's interesting, go check it out. Alright, so it does look like we got all of the animals back in the pen. Maybe some got away, I don't really care. But, we should start being able to knock down the population of them. Because what I'm doing is I'm using that for our ghoul food. That's what this perimeter is. I'm going to be expanding the area they can be. But I'm prioritizing the freezer first, so that way when we butcher them, it's just... We don't have literal weeks worth of food spoil in a matter of a couple in-game days. Hey, Siren, how's it going? Nice Buffalo Army? Yeah, they should start being culled pretty soon, because we actually have them set up to auto-slaughter. It's just, the thing is, with the way it works, is it considers a pregnant animal as a separate animal than one that is not. And eventually I will have to turn it on where we don't make that distinction. I've just been putting it off until we get our power set up. It's a cool game you think you check out? Yeah, like I said, Mandy, I'm gonna need, like, realistically, someone is gonna have to put it on the Discord. I just won't remember. And I believe there's links on the YouTube for the Discord, and all that. It's just genuinely, like, there's too many things for me to keep track of that if people ask me to, like, check out this and that on stream, I won't remember. And even if I write it down, half the time I write down the notes, I miss it. So having some place where it's easy for me to find it, like one place to look for stuff, makes it just way easier for me. Versus I've got, like, on pieces of paper over here, and someone said over there, and it's in this Discord channel there, and then, you know, someone's pointing at this thing that's got a list of games. Like, it's just, I can't manage it that way. I need it in one place. Alright. So we're getting low on a bunch of our brick, and a big part of that is this used to be a stockpile up here, and we undid that. And honestly, with where that's at, we could go up here and go structure. Oh, actually, it's already set. We're just waiting for them to build it. Okay, so they should eventually start building this perimeter, and then we'll tear down this wall. And then we'll open all that up for the buffalo. It'll become another place that we're going to have to, you know, do all that stuff. The big thing we're waiting on right now is just for that research. And how are ghouls doing? They're staying fairly fed. And that all rotted out there. And a big part of the reason we're not making more progress is children in cryostasis, child, teenager who's just hit adult. Do you have a whole section in the Discord for games? Oh yeah, I've got things like game suggestions channel, just like a general games discussion channel. I've got channels for certain individual games. I have been honestly debating moving away from like, this is the RimWorld channel, this is the this channel, this is the that channel. Or I shouldn't say going away from that, retiring some of those channels, and then have like, I don't know, it's a lot of those channels just sit there for too long that I need to, you know, figure out how I want to approach those. All right, so we got Ghoul Resurrection research, so that's good. We'll go ahead and go for the Mind Numb, or actually, the Bioferrite Generator, because that could potentially be a thing. At the rate we've been researching these, it could potentially give me a way of just going, never mind the geothermal, it's fine. That said, these are not going to be adequate to keep a Bioferrite Generator running. And you want a big pile of money. Don't we all? All right, come on. Let me give you stuff. There you go. All right, so they're actively working on getting this sorted out now. And they're peeling all that up. I could actually see carving this out here for more bedrooms, because we are low on that. Let's see, one question is, how do you get the ability to construct ghouls in Anomaly? Must you have captured one? No, so when you do this, you've got your research on the Anomaly tab. Ghoul Infusion is the research you're looking for. I believe you only have to either need the Anomaly start, or you have to have seen a ghoul. You don't need to capture it, just have a ghoul show up. Entity escape on you. Hey, go deal with that. And if you could do me a favor and not kill it, I'd appreciate it. Let's see, remove the ones you stop playing, and if you start playing again, just make a new one. Yeah. Well, the only thing about removing and adding channels to the Discord is, like, for example, we played Valheim a while back, and I had a really good time with it. And there's a lot of, like, really good stuff in the Valheim channel. And that's actually the thing that's kept me from just deleting the channels, is it's just kind of one of those things that you're like, oh, like, there's a lot of good stuff that, you know, you don't want to delete from existence from here. Like, a lot of cool screenshots and all that. At the same time, it is just a channel that's kind of sitting there taking space. It's not as big a deal since we changed the Discord to using the onboarding thing now. And so if you don't want to see a channel, you can opt in and say, I don't want to see that channel, make it go away. Or I do want to see that channel. And people are still learning how to do that so far as people using Discord. But it is just one of those things that's nice that you can go into a Discord and be like, here's the channels I care about, here's the ones I don't, and you can do a lot of tidying up. But that's only with the ones that do the onboarding thing. As it becomes more and more common, though, you know, more and more people are able to handle it better. Oh, and also, maintain only. I do wish you could sit there and, like, once I told this one maintain only, if I if it breaks out and I recapture it, it would just remember. And I wouldn't have to go through that. It's fine that it works the way it works, but it would be nice if it worked a different way. Oh, right, and I was gonna make the Bioferrite generators back here. That's what we're waiting on right now, is just them to get the things done. They're getting that perimeter going, which is going to... Actually, no, that's fine. The Sentient Cookie's probably the one cutting the brick right now. Is everyone the same ideology? Yeah, we're good. That's what happens when you don't play for, like, a couple of days to a week, is you're like, what was I doing? What is this game? How does this work? What is this colony? Who's my person who does doctoring? Donkey Duff had a growth moment. Jogger. Jogger is good. I'm gonna take Jogger over Quick Sleeper. Jogger is good, and Quick Sleeper is also good. We didn't get quite enough for the getting all the traits, but I will take crafting, because crafting is always, like, you always end up needing more crafters. So yeah, we'll take Jogger on Donkey Duff. So now I can go to Donkey Duff's stuff that they can do. Congratulations, you craft. What else do you do? Nothing. You craft. But it'll be good to get more and more thing. What W have is to collect all the dead bodies human creature to avoid bad dead rain. Hey, Soon. I have thousands of hours in this game, and I've beaten Anomaly several times. I don't really need tips. It's like fine if people see stuff. Yeah, no, it's just a whole thing. I realize people don't know how many hours. It's like, yeah, I've played this a little bit. I've done every ending in the game multiple times. I've done 500% naked brutality stuff back in the day. I don't do many of those runs nowadays. I much prefer normally having like just most of the content I do on this channel is I'll do like environmental challenges I come up with, like, okay, we're gonna have like permanent toxic fallout, or we're gonna have, 100% pollution, or we're gonna go and build on a map that is like literally nothing but sand, so there's no steel and no stone, so you just have to like make it work, or all that kind of stuff. Yesterday you wiped out one colony with Dead Rain. Oh yeah, no, Dead Rain can be dangerous. The thing to keep in mind with Dead Rain is it makes them Shamblers, but it's not the Shamblers that go Shambler Assault. They're just Shamblers. So what I can do for Dead Rain is I click here and I drag that down the right, and I leave it alone. And they can have an army of Shamblers just standing around outside, and that's A-okay by me. You just leave the doors be. Were you gonna be my hospital? Yeah, this is going to be my hospital. This is going to be the room for the generators. This is going to be 2 more containment rooms when we have the time. This is going to be expanded field. That's right. So we just got to carve that out. It's going to take time. We got our people working. And this is going to be our freezer. We've got solid progress there. We're just waiting for people to mine more. Alright, now I'm going to mute my microphone for a minute and finish my dinner. Actually, I'm going to wait 5 minutes or so, because we're about to have the ad break, and during the ad break, I'm going to finish my dinner. Because I would like to do that, because food is delicious, and I like eating it. And you need the meat. Alright, so our ghouls don't have handy food. So let's go over and punch some zebras. Not zebras, horses. They're very different animals. And the reason why I sent you Cookie, this one is just bloodied and there, is they've got the thing where they'll psychologically break down. Okay. Mine crumble. And so we've cryostasis them, and we're just hoping we can get our hands on a mech healing serum, or even better, if we can get one of the people who gives us unnatural healing. If we get unnatural healing with the cloning obelisk here, we're gonna break some things. Let's see, why don't you dig one at a time? There may be dangers. Why don't you dig one at a time? Dig what one at a time? I'm so confused. What do you mean dig one at a time? Oh, you mean in here? No, there's nothing we gotta worry about in here. Generally speaking, you can tell where the dangers are in the map. So, like, I thought we had an ancient... Yeah, so we have an ancient danger. We've already popped it up here. So we're good. You can technically have 2 ancient dangers on your map. I think technically you can get all the way up to 3. I've never seen it myself, though. Yeah, we're not taking a random child. But, if you're on a map that doesn't have caves, you can dig aggressively and not care. Like, if you have caves, you have the risk of poking in and catching where there's insects and all that. But even then, usually the caves are mostly revealed. But it's only on maps with caves that you ever have to worry about, like, poking in and getting hive, like the hive insectoids out. And in the Ancient Danger, you won't ever mine into it. If I were to go over this whole area and say, mine that, because this isn't mineable tile, that's breakable tile, you'll stop at the border of it. So you never have to worry that. Plus, once you get someone up against it, it'll be like, Mrng. Oh no, it's an ancient danger. Big scary. Having 3 is rare. Having 3 is extremely rare. I've heard of it happening. I've never seen it myself. I have seen 2 on a map more than once. I've definitely had more than one map that we've had 2 Ancient Dangers on the same map. Usually that's when I would go Ancient Danger diving, which I stopped doing because the odds of getting a Mech Resurrection Serum or something else like that from your Ancient Dangers is really not good, versus the chances of just getting unlucky and having someone get one-tapped is honestly pretty much higher. Like, there's stuff you can do to mitigate getting one-tapped, but I've come to accept the odds of just having a suddenly dead colony. You've had that before? Yeah. There's a good chance I've had that before on certain maps I was blissfully unaware of. When I played the game early on, I did lots and lots of mountain maps. And a lot of times you get an Ancient Dangers in a mountain map that you'll just blissfully be unaware of the entire run. Alright, Night Dweller, you sleep well. Thank you again for tuning in. I think we already checked this, but... Plasteel. Do we have any plasteel on the map? Nope. Oh, was it compacted? Yeah, so we've got compacted machinery and steel. Alright. So we got that. And there's no uranium. Not uranium as ore. Okay. That's fine. That's all I was checking, was to see if there's any like valuable ore I cared about. And I don't think I care about any gold being on the map. Yeah, we just got spare there. Silver. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. So what we're going to do here with our Muffalo is we are going to start considering the pregnant Muffalo as just adult Muffalo, because otherwise what happens is they keep just having like so many of them pregnant that it's just they don't count as adult female Muffalo for the purposes of slaughtering, that you end up with like 50 of them and it'd be like, oh, but you don't have 8, don't worry about it, you don't have 8. So the downside is that does mean we just went through and we're obliterating like 8 Muffalo real fast. But I need to get that food under control, and that'll be a whole thing. So they'll butcher it, and a bunch of that food will rot. I was going to wait till we have the AC, but we're not getting research done in any timely manner. For the record, we are ritualist with the severe penalty to our research, so it's painfully slow. You're waiting for the ad break to refill your water? 40 seconds. Because it's we have the ad break happens once per hour, and it's the full 3-minute block we're required to do per hour to disable pre-rolls. Alright, so we research that, so we do draw shamblers. And then pretty soon it'll be time for us to go through... Yeah, no, I gotcha. It's a good call to refill your water during the ad break. Use the restroom, do what you gotta do. That's what I'm doing during the ad breaks. Typically. Alright, we'll carve that out for when we go to make more bedrooms. Alright, so ads starting soon. So as you probably gathered, we're going to be hit with a quick ad break here. It's we only do 1 ad break an hour, so it is the 3 minutes. So it doesn't matter if you got 1 ad, 10 ads, it's 3 minutes. So it could be 1 3-minute ad, it could be 10 whatever second ads, whatever the math works out to be. But with that said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly finish my dinner. And I'm going to go bug my wife and grab myself a new drink. And I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, so thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Ooh, coconut chicken. Oh yeah, that fills us up. Be riding those fire kills zip line seams. Yeah, I don't understand. So we're supposedly on floor 1. Let's go to 0, because I assume we opened the door then. Textures. Don't kill me. Okay, everything's fine. We just escaped the map a little bit there for a minute. your friends turned into weird magical cards? Oh, by the way, I'm taking literally every flower here. I know you need those to live, but I mean, look. That I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace, and you're still threatening. But not you. She's a jerk. So pretty much what we're looking for is we're looking for large bodies of water to just check the bottom to see if there's chests in the bottom. Now, downsides, I do have the metal detector, because we've seen a lot of the nymph that drops it. The catch is life crystals get priority. Oh, the life crystal wasn't a life crystal, it was a boulder. I've been caught by that once before this run. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. I tried to be understanding. Monty Python. He wouldn't write into the wall. He would just say it. Like, he carved it into stone. It must have taken him hours. But yeah, no, it's I do agree with the whole thing that it is a, okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. To like tone it down a bit. All right, and we are back. Okay, actually, I should put down there. There we go. Yep, so that was just the ad break. Gave me a chance to finish my dinner, go bug tomb, do all that good stuff. But you have about 600 hours in the game, 500 just the base game. But now you have biotech. What do you think the best DLC is to get? So you're saying you already have biotech. If you already have biotech, I would get ideology. In my opinion, biotech and ideology are like the must-haves. Like, don't get them right when you buy the game. Like when you're brand new to the game. This is me just talking in general, not to you individually. But like, when you buy RimWorld, if you want to get into it, unless it's like an amazing sale or whatever, you get RimWorld, the base game. Play that for a while. And when you get to the point where you're feeling comfortable with it, you'd like a little bit more. People argue back and forth to no end whether you should get biotech or ideology. I think it's either one is a good choice. I don't think there is one that is plain better. You'll get a ridiculous amount of replay value out of them. They add the most interesting systems to the game and all that. And then after that, I would suggest Anomaly after that. I really like Anomaly, but I would not get Anomaly early on. Anomaly is a harder DLC than the others. It is a more difficult thing. For me, I would definitely say of the DLC, Royalty to me is the weakest offering of the DLC. It's got some really nice stuff in there, to be clear. Like, the Zeus Hammer is oh so much fun, and the Psychic Powers. But as far as, like, breadth of systems added to the game, it was their first one. They were kind of figuring out the rhythm with it and all that. So it didn't bring that much. Like, these days, I use some of the Royalty items and all that. Otherwise, I basically don't engage with Royalty almost ever. It's fine. Like, it's not a bad DLC. It's just, you can tell it was their first one, is the way I will phrase it. You could just tell it was their first one, and they were kind of figuring things out still. It does add, like, new encounters as well, and it does add, like, the getting titles and psychic powers and all that. But yeah. Oh yeah, no, between ideology and royalty, royalty shouldn't be in that running. Ideology is just better. I will put my stamp on that and be like, ideology S tier, royalty is like B. Are you gonna play Terraria when the final update comes out? Which time? Which final update would you talking about? Are you talking about the final update when it like did its major 1.0 release, or the final update when they added the whole extra hard mode and everything, or the final update when they went and expanded the jungle biome, or the final update when they said they were definitely done and they had a bunch of just like kind of cute things like was it dungeon defenders and all that, or the final update that they actually kind of called final update, or the final update that comes after that? It's one of those games they keep being like, we're done, it's for real, we're actually finished now, and then a couple months later comes out, I was like, okay, we're gonna make a little bit more of it. Yeah, no, it's generally speaking with Terraria, I've played a couple times the channel. It did okay. It didn't do great, but it did okay. That looks like it might be... Let's try and go right here to the door. That looks like it's far enough from the door I don't have to worry about them spilling out into the hallway like they did the one time on me. Not feeling great about this. That's looking like we might have a pretty big... No, I can't tell that might only be 2 hives. It's either 2 or 3 hives there. Don't forget the Terraria board game and the lunchbox and the flamethrower. The new final update? Yeah, when the new update comes out, I'll probably play it at some point. Don't you damage that book that we actually... Okay, so it looks like it's just 2 hives. 2 hives of nothing but the good stuff, though. To be fair, I'm pretty early tech-wise. We're not that valuable economy. Please don't run the scarab right through my people to the children. Okay. So all of you go do your thing. You finish it off. And now go destroy that. But yeah, now for infestations, the biggest mistake you can make with infestation is not taking care of it right away. The issue you run in with infestations, if you look at this, it reproduces after a while. It can make more hives, and that gets really bad really fast. So you saw there, I had to deal with, what was it, 4 mega spiders and 2 or 3 of the mega scarabs. That's not that bad. But if I would have put it off, I could be potentially sitting there dealing with, 20, 30 mega spiders in no time. Why do the children have guns? Because this is RimWorld. There's not a second part to that sentence either. It's just RimWorld. So the thing I've got to figure out is who is the person we can send out and about. So, right now... So, Bongsville is dealing with that. Lardine is doing our construction. Sentient Cookie's a pacifist, so we can't send them. Moriarty's the cook, who's also doing our research. I'm honestly feeling like Moriarty. Okay, so what needs to happen is we do have a EMI device on the map. Someone has to go. I've only got 3 colonists who are capable of fighting and are adults. So we're going to have to send someone to deal with it. You're all the way over there. At least this is, field, so it doesn't take very long. All right, so Moriarty's going to go. Because, and the reason I'm choosing Moriarty, because it's any one of the people who can fight, I don't really care. But the reason I'm sending Moriarty specifically is because Moriarty is our cook. And while cooking is very important... Is that going to make a difference? Yeah, we can just run it. Yep. Alright, so while Moriarty is our cook, and that's very important, of our people, if we have people have to eat raw food, I can technically survive doing that. I've got no shortage of it. Versus our person who's doing our animal handling and our planting stuff, we do have to deal with, like, replanting this. And then I also want to keep Lardine constructing. So, and then send you Cookie again as a pacifist so they can't go, because they will show up at the EMI and go, nah, and then nothing will happen, and that will be not... Technically, I could, if it's not under proximity sensor, I could have Cookie go up, disassemble a wall. Actually, I don't even know if you can have... I don't think Cookie would be able to attack it to destroy it, because you can't disassemble the thing. Alright, I gotta ask a question I gotta look at. While they're doing that, I gotta check one thing real fast. Some stream team stiff. Duh. Alright. In game what? Sorry, it's just we got one thing going on with the stream team that I gotta deal with. Alright, so that's... I'm just trying, sorry about this, I'm being distracted by it. I just know the other person is working on this right now, so I don't want to make them have to wait forever. I'll deal with it after stream. I'm gonna be too distracted because I'll have to do like calendar stuff. Never mind. Alright. Yeah, no, it's just, we've got the Halcyon Frequency Cozy raid train going on. There's a couple time slots that they're trying to fill up, and I was being reached out if I wanted one of them, but I gotta do some figuring before if I know. Alright, so here's hoping. There is a proximity sensor, but I should be able to sneak around. In hindsight, I should not have sent the person who's using the bow that stuns things. It's fine, we can make it work. So I'm gonna have them run up and punch it, because it'll honestly be faster than having them run up and shoot it. Are you able to do stream highlights? Those usually get popular? Yes. It takes time to do those, though, so I don't often get them done. Now, the one downside with this EMI is it does cause an EMP pulse to happen to deal with all these. Now, the good news is I don't really care, because all of these are static weapons. So as long as I walk this way away, in short form, yeah, no, I've done shorts on YouTube and TikTok and all that. It just takes time. It's just there's a billion things to do. That's kind of the nature of content creation. You got 1,000 things you want to do that could help your channel, and you've got time for about 10 of them. And that's if you're being generous and you're being really on your A game. So there's just a lot of things that don't get done. And then plus a lot of times for making shorts and, you know, highlight reels, I depend very heavily on people taking clips so that I can get all that sorted. And so if people aren't taking clips, then it doesn't happen. I'm going to leave the steel, it's heavy. Alright, so let's just run straight away. So as long as I keep that in between, we are good to go. And to be fair, a lot of my content doesn't really cater well to being clipped. It's not that we don't have like any major reactions, but it's not often you'll see me have like this big, like massive, oh my, look at that kind of thing. Alright, so we have... They're going to give us a Psychic Suppressor that's protected by 3 Manhunting Snow Hares, and they're willing to give me... This I don't care about. The compact weaponry is a little bit nice. That could be helpful. Actually, that could be very helpful for the ghouls specifically, because then I could give them knee spikes and hand talons and that kind of stuff. The Masterwork Light Machine Gun is certainly worth considering. Let's get our caravan back home, because this will be one I want to send out the caravan, which realistically, if I send out a caravan with one of the ghouls, it can wipe out the hares really fast. Man, there's lots of things I should be doing to help grow the channel. That's just, I have to pick my battles. I should be doing more with YouTube. It's just, I was doing a lot of long-form edited videos on the platform, but it just didn't, like, the amount of effort that went into it versus the benefit in viewership was just not there. So I ended up cutting off. It was a farming simulator series I brought to an end. You know, and people were bummed when I did it, but it's like, hey man, like, I'm putting all this time in. It's getting like, you know, 11 regular viewers. It's not, the number of hours that go into this just does not justify it. Okay, so we've got the quest. It's getting ready to expire, so I want you to get back, get settled in. I do like the idea of making that happen. I think I'm going to send one person and a ghoul, which my only concern with that is I've got to keep the ghoul fed, which gets really kind of risky. So I'll need to feed a ghoul and immediately walk off the map. So let's plan for Moriarty to go out again, and they're going to bring Groot with them. So we are going to accept this quest. For the Masterwork machine gun, I think... No, let's go for the compact weaponry. No, we're not going to be able to use that. Masterwork machine gun, it's done. So it should appear, there it is. Send caravan, there and back, accept. And let's see. And with that, we're going to send Groot's Twig, and we are going to send Moriarty. So we should be able to get there and back quickly. We are bringing some raw meat with us, so that should help. But we are going to be at a timer before Groot's Twig will turn on us if we don't do it. Have I ever done Undertale? I have played and beaten Undertale long before I started streaming. That said, would I ever play Undertale on stream? I really doubt it. Undertale is famous for being one of the worst games for backseating that has ever been played on the platform. People just cannot seem to help themselves but backseat Undertale. Alright, what are you doing? You're sleeping. In the hallway for some reason. That's fine. Yeah, no, Undertale's a great game. But there's some games that are very hard to stream because they just get really backseaty. But a lot of your ones, like Undertale's pretty rough. Factorio can be pretty awful for the backseating. Gets really over. What is backseating, if you may ask? Backseating is when the people you have watching your game tell you how to play the game. And I don't mean like I mean, to a certain degree, it could be like, here's how the game mechanics work. But where they're like literally trying to tell you how you should do everything. It's like, no, you need to kill that enemy. No, you're doing that wrong. You need to go and talk to this person. No, you need to do that. Streamer, you're playing the game wrong. That's backseating. And Undertale is notorious for it. Because people want to see you do the different endings of the different story. And if you're playing it without having it spoiled, you're gonna make mistakes in going after the different types of stories and all that. But, backseating will absolutely ruin a game for someone in a big way. Like, and don't get me wrong, every game you can get a little bit of backseating, but there's just certain games that seem to really draw people to backseating. Hey, NCR, how's it going? If it ever seems like I'm talking to people who aren't there, I do stream on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. Generally speaking, if people ask questions, I will read out the question and all that. So that way people aren't left like wondering what you're talking about and all that. Okay, so part of the reason I felt fine bringing a ghoul with me for this is, one, the ghoul can handle the hares by themselves. But two, the ghoul can eat the hares afterwards. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Talking to ghosts all the time. But only the cool ghosts, not the boring ones. Yeah, so you're grabbing yourself a munch. So get you in here, and what are you upset? You're hungry and all that? Well, that's fine. I need to deal with this anyways. So I'll actually have you go in there. Groots will go up here, and Groots will be the one to actually bang up the machine. You can go take care of yourself in the meantime. Alright. And that'll be the psychic suppressor, so we got really good stuff for being willing to put up with that. Alright. And then once that's done, we can pick up whatever components or plasteel it drops. And then we head back to town. Sorry about that. Alright. One of the things we're definitely going to want to do with our research is we're going to want to go into the bio-modding kind of stuff. Pick up and pick up. And we can go to world, reform caravan, go home, accept. Yep, so we're bringing all of that stuff. We got all our travel supplies. We're going to bring the components. Sorry, we're going to bring the components, the plasteel, bring the steel with us as well. I'm going to bring the not rotten dead hair so that the ghoul can eat that along the way home for its little munchy munches, and we're going to leave the rest of that junk there because I don't care about it. I'm going to leave the stream and come back. There's something you want to do? That's no problem. But yeah. I was just figuring out all that stuff. Alright. So good news is we just basically got a masterwork light machine gun for that. So our children are apparently walking around with light machine guns while our two adults who are capable of fighting are running around with assault rifles of various forms. And then we do have the one bow to stun stuff. I found having this bow in your group is just amazing because anywhere you bottleneck, if you get a stun on the lead thing, it means all of the other things don't get that chance to hit. They've got to wait their turn. And it can be a good way of just reducing the number of overall hits of whoever you know, is your defending line. Alright, so I'm showing us having, like, no food anywhere. Oh, there's still all that food. Alright, so we're gonna have to feed the ghouls. Do you have any mods installed right now? Yeah, so I've got mostly just UI mods, quality of life kind of stuff. As far as gameplay changing stuff, I don't have anything I believe that is actually running that'll impact the game in its current.
Thank you, Packpaw, for subscribing for 4 months.
Thank you, Packpaw, for the tier 1 sub. That's 4 months you've been to sub the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, and thank you. But to give you, like, example, I have a mod that's called, was it Geological Landforms? We're not actually doing anything with it. What Geological Landforms lets me do is I could probably find an example. Or like here, that's a UI mod. It doesn't change that. But if we go around here, I'll probably find one of them here. Unless I disabled it. Yeah, so that's a geological landform. This isn't a vanilla tile. But you got like that over there. And you can get a bunch of like really wild ones going on here. Yeah, like that's Rift. That's one of the really wild ones. Where'd it go? Yeah, so that's Rift. But we're just on a normal tile right now. But mostly it's UI stuff. Transport pod crash. And you are a brawler. So just a plain brawler, I don't think I want to take the time to ghoulify. And unfortunately for them, I'm not going to get benefit from dealing with them. So we're just going to go run over there. Are your clothes even any good? Yeah, it's fine. You can keep them. And I like to run mostly vanilla or very, very close to vanilla. And that's true of most of the games I play. There's not many games that I do much in the way of modding. Some exceptions. Alright, so they're mostly fed. You're starving. And a big reason why that's happening is, because Moriarty as our cook and hasn't been here. I mean, they can eat. There's no shortage of food. I need a caravan to come by who wants to trade for some telescopes. Because normally I never have a surplus of telescopes, but this particular run, I'm sitting on my 3rd telescope I've received so far. Alright. And the downside is it looks like I'm also out of sandstone, and I could take this apart to get sandstone, but then we'll have the Muffalo go over, we'll be able to pen them. And most of the rest of this is marble and limestone. There was sandstone down here and over there, but I don't want to set those up to be mined out till we start working on this. We might get lucky and get a little bit there. That's fine. Why do you keep starving? Oh, you've got food poisoning. And you're taking care of a baby. Yeah, that'll do it. That's fair. We also probably need to go to our cooking table and say, I would like you to make an extra 10 meals, please. Alright. So I can dig paths through this. This is sandstone. That's fine. Let's plan to do one of these. By cutting those paths, we won't miss any ore. The way I can determine that is if we put a path every 2 tiles, it means we see every single tile in there. And there's ways you can actually do this with mining less and still getting mostly the same effect. But I also just do this way. And I'll probably just get mined out entirely. Because then we can go and start pulling that up for the sandstone. Eventually we will we'll want to expand it. New entity discovered, Revenant attack. This is really, really bad. So all those times where I said I've never had a Revenant attack cause me problems, it's time for that to change. Okay, so what's going to end up happening is we are not in position to deal with this. Man, Lardine, you're not going to be able to get to anyone in time. Alright, Lardine, try and sneak around. Try and sneak around. Get on him. Lardine, keep running. You will take all the time you can. Oh, it switched targets. Alright, so I can't chase it anymore. Did we do enough damage? We did. Okay, so we're going to analyze that. Meanwhile, go haul that out of here. Please stop standing in the door. So there's no point in me chasing it right now. I don't have flares. I don't have 90% of the technology you really want when you're dealing with the Revenant. So new priority. Everyone stays inside the base. Now, what you generally want to do for dealing with the Revenant is to try and get your people into an area that when the Revenant attacks, you can bunch them all on top of it and not give it an opportunity to do much to you. So you're still analyzing the chunk. You're rescuing them. Because what it does is it knocks down your pawns. So with that, what we're going to try and do is restrict our people as much as we can back into as far back a corner of our base as possible. I deliberately only have this area gets me out of the base and that door. So we're trying to draw ourselves far much as possible into the back corner of the base and leave ourselves there. I will have to endure, I believe it is 2 Revenant attacks before I'll be able to take the hunt to the Revenant. If I had flares and I had what I needed to kind of predict where it would move, that would be different. But, you know. Why are you not letting me put this here? If it is not fresh. Okay. Now try that again. Oh, allow rotten. There we go. Now, if we're lucky, you can also get stuff like caravans and that kind of stuff showing up. The Revenant can, on chance, target those. So, if you're sitting on a quest and a Revenant shows up and you got a refugee quest, take the quest. I mean, even if it wouldn't target them, you'd take the quest for the extra DPS, because that's what the Revenant is kind of about. It's DPSing the thing down before it knocks down all your pawns, because it doesn't actually heal in between these fights. Alright, so... yeah, so leave a longer trail for me to chase. But without flares, there's always so much I could do about it. But we have restricted everyone to Area 1. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a new area, which is going to be... first of all, we'll rename you to Secure. And we'll rename you to Revenant. And so what we're going to do now is I'm going to go and take their zone. And so what I'm going to do is this area is fine. We can go back here. I'm not a big fan of going all the way up there. Oh, I can't do that because of you. We'll just have to deal. Because if I leave that alone, it'll cause me grief. I don't think they can hypnotize the ghouls. The ghouls are going to be hard to be useful in this fight, though. Yeah, so we're going to suppress that. And so what we're going to try to do is guess when the Revenant's going to attack us. And then we're going to run down into this corner, because I believe this is the farthest back we can get into our base that has the least ways out. So I should be able to get the max amount of time on target by being back here. Okay, so if you're doing that, don't worry about wearing the clothes right now. I need you to butcher that muffalo before it rots. And that'll give our ghouls some food and all that. So this is really bad. Like, this is really, really, really bad. Because until I get the thing where I can get the Revenant to reveal when it's nearby, without having Molotovs or grenades or flares or something of that nature, I don't have a means of revealing the Revenant. Hey, Alan Dallas, how's it going? And then plus the Revenant won't reveal for me until someone's nearby. Inspired recruitment, that's fine. All right. How do you deal with Murderous Rage? Murderous Rage, about all you can do is either one, whoever they're trying to chase can just run around in circles. I believe with Murderous Rage, there's a good chance you can have someone else can arrest that person. I think with Murder Rage you can do that. Otherwise, just get a bunch of people, run up to them, and start punching them till they fall down. There is a risk of killing that person. The big thing is to try and not get Murderous Rage. That requires an extreme break. Yeah, so you lose a couple Muffalo to starvation. When do I think the Revenant's gonna show up? What I'm trying to do is keep an eye on our doors, because we can actually see the door open when the Revenant shows up. But it's not easy to spot, it's pretty quick. They've got 4 doors to deal with. They've got this one, and this one. Are the ways the Revenant can come. It'll probably be up here, because that's the way it left, was straight up the top. So it'll probably be this door, or one of those two. It'd be unlikely to drop down there. Walk over here for me. I'm curious if a ghoul will reveal it. And the ghouls aren't going to be able to help me too much during this fight, because they won't get very long to hit the Revenant before it gets out of their, their range. Because we should be due for Revenant attack any time now. There's a scratch up there. Let's assume we're about to have the attack and run ourselves down to this corner. So you arrest them, then what do? You release them. Once you've arrested them, they'll stop murderous raging. They'll be pissed off about it, but... Alright, so what we could do here is we are going to go ahead and say Revenant, and we will shrink this area. We still have a baby up here. That could screw up everything, because if the person taking care of the baby gets caught, that means they'll be separate from everyone else. So schedule, Revenant, okay, do this. Colonist needs rescue. I'm sorry, you could stay there. We'll take Sentient Cookie, we'll put you on that. That's fine. This is not what you want. Because, like, if the Revenant jumps on Sentient Cookie, it'll be an entire pass that we lose out on. All right, let's disregard it. I can't keep them down there like that. With the cloning pylon up and everything else going on, with the ghouls needing meat and everything, if I try and shove them all down that corner, we're gonna have a problem. I just got to watch for these doors. I saw the scratch and I thought it was a new scratch. It's like, oh wait, hang on. Because if that had been a new scratch, it would have been an easy one to figure out. Come on. That's the thing. It doesn't have a set timer as far as I'm aware. There's like an RNG chance, like not an RNG chance. There's like some randomness to like how long it takes to attack, and then it has to like actually path to wherever it went and come back. I just need to make sure I do enough damage that we can analyze it again. Once I get it far enough that we can reveal it, we just have to actively hunt it. Like if Bong Spill gets grabbed right here, that'd be basically the end of that. So we're going to wait till Cookie suppress that, then we get them out of this field again. Because them being up here is just begging to lose someone to the Revenant and not get anything for it. Come on. Normally what I'd have is I'd have the invisibility detection things all around me with the electricity, and I'd know the Revenant was coming way before it could get anywhere near anyone, so I could back everyone up into one group and just hammer it full force the moment it gets into view. We're not going to have that option here. Okay. So these doors are off limits for right now. As is this door. I forgot there's a door there. So basically I'm trying to just restrict him into this area till the Revenant's sorted. Not sorted, until we do our next round with it. Come on. Stop teasing me, Revenant. Evacuate a fish game? That's fine. Alright. Your colony's not well anymore? Yeah, no, it's very, like, if you're having stuff like the murderous rage, that's usually an indicator that you're having some colonists having breakdowns, and they do have a tendency to spiral where one person gets on an insulting spree and then angers everyone else, which then causes the next thing, which then causes the next thing, and figuring out ways to derail that from continuing to escalate is important. And usually the way you deal with stuff like that is just, you know, you have like the soothing pulsers, you have people like, you know, preaching to what are you're reading a book in the middle of the night, Donkey Duff? By yourself? Like, normally, I'll have, like, a freezer as well that I could tuck everyone into the freezer and just have them waited out in the freezer with the food and all that. But with the ghouls needing meat, I don't get that luxury. Come on. Open the door, Revenant. And it's so, like, it's real fast, too, so you gotta keep a very close eye. But you can spot the door opening when it comes in. But the goal here is, if I spot this door in time, I want everyone to run down here to that bottom corner. Because like I said, it'll give me the most time on target. The Revenant has to go across the entire room to reach me, to start hypnotizing me with everyone shooting at them, and then it has to try and run away, all while I'm shooting at it. That's the goal. So you just want to keep it as damaged as possible. Now, normally, I'd flare it on the way in, and maybe I get to flare it on the way out. Yeah, and that's exactly, sounds right. You had a colonist or two die, and they were friends with people, and those people got unhappy, which escalated. Are you, like, do you not sleep? You've been reading that book all night. Alright, we're gonna have to allow these doors again. I was really hoping to wait out the Revenant. But the problem we have is this has to be suppressed. So suppress that really fast. And then the moment that's done, get back. Because the worst case scenario is the Revenant grabbing one person by themselves and not doing a meaningful amount of damage. Okay, so everyone's there. So grab you. Get back down here. And those doors are restricted again. Come on. And it can take like 2 days to attack, or it can attack like half a day later. You just kind of have to endure it, whatever it's gonna do.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, come on. And a bunch of Buffalo are going to probably starve in the meantime, because that green stuff's going to go away, the hay grass, and I can't have people out there planting it in the interim. Alright. Where are you, Revenant? I'm gonna try to wait her out. He has been chasing. Like wake up truck? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing that when you have Murder's Rage, it is a thing you can wait out. It's the same with Berserk. You can actually wait out Berserk as well. Let's see, have you streamed Minecraft? No. Well, actually, I don't think I have. I know I played Minecraft with a couple friends, and it would have been around the time I had first started streaming. But it's just like 1 or 2 days I ended up playing. I used to play Minecraft way back, but it's been a long time. Oh, come on, Revenant. Stop being such a troll. Get on with it. I've got enough food to outlast anything you've got. Let's also make sure real fast. Yeah, let's making sure my freezer to B was inside my zone. Sorry. Come on. Because part of it is you don't want to fast forward too much, because you need the time to react to get everyone positioned to, again, time on target is the key here. Just maximum damage per second. So it's just a matter of keeping it so people can throw hits at as long as possible to just keep doing damage. And ideally, if you can hit the legs or back or whatever to slow it down, that's the dream. Because that just means that much more time on target, because it takes longer to get to you and to get away. It's been a while since I've done a Revenant where I didn't have shotguns. What's going on? Revenant, and I'm woefully under-kitted for it. So we're just waiting for the door to open. I'm watching these 3 doors. I expect these 2 doors to be the most likely candidates. This one technically over here could also be it. But realistically, it'll be one of these doors up here. That'll get in. We see the door open, and we know it's go time. But it's really hard to notice. Even watching like this, it's very easy for it to quickly just go pop, pop, and you're just looking at the other door in that moment and miss it. So it's been about a day and a half since our attack, and we did not remotely get close to finishing it off. And I'm also trying to peek at chat, which is just another thing of me looking away where I can miss the door. There's half of the danger with the Revenant. Like, when you've got your flares later, you don't have to be this paranoid, because you can just whack it with a flare for whoever's the one it goes after, and then have them run for the hills while the others group up. But without having flares at all, I have to just do this straight up. Alright, so we're still okay on that for a little while longer before I have to take another chance stepping out there. And we can also opt, when I send people up here, have the other ones just hang guard on them. That may not be a bad idea. Party. Party actually could work for us. Because if the Revenant pops in on the party, everyone's already grouped up to do it. It's not a great room for doing that, especially if it catches like at the door at an angle, but... Man, I wish I had electricity up already so I could just... Because I could just put the invisible detector right here. And it'd still at least be enough warning for me to prep. Come on. It's a shame I didn't get that last wall built, because if I just opened that, the buffalo could eat for a while before starvation would be a problem. I don't think I've had the Revenant make me wait more than 2 days that I could think of. That said, I didn't keep careful notes of it. But they usually don't make you wait super duper long. Part of the thing that could also throw off the path thing is, for like example, I believe Sentient Cookie went down to deal with my my rooms down below on the right. It is going to go after one of my colonists, whichever one's the closest, I believe. There, you see? The door's open. Revenant's on its way. Everyone gather up into the corner. Who has the baby? Baby's gonna... Hey, baby, have a good time on the ground. You go there. Sentient Cookie, congratulations. You're going to step slightly in front of everyone else because you're a pacifist, and that makes you the perfect person to get caught. Meanwhile, we can go here and say this is all acceptable now. So yeah, so that door closed. There, the Revenant's here now. Revenant attack. So Revenant is about to be revealed. Oh, that's interesting. The baby can reveal it. Oh, you can attack the baby. That's a really jerk move. Today we learned. I'm not gonna get any shots on there. Yeah. I didn't expect it to be allowed to hit the baby. Yeah, so that was a real bummer, because that means the Revenant got away with no problems. That's fine. It's a baby. It doesn't change anything. We're still gonna feed the baby, and it cannot do anything. So for just a moment, everyone's off of restrictions and running around. So that's news to me. I didn't know Revenants could attack a baby. So the baby is hypnotized. So we're gonna give him a moment to deal with food, and you can see the path that the Revenant went out here, and then we lost sight of it once it got out here. It could also literally be like right here. But without Molotovs or grenades or flares or anything, it could be sitting right here. I could even identify, like, it could sit in the door and leave the door open, and I would know it's there, and I wouldn't have a means to reveal it. All right. Want to hear a funny story? That depends on the funny story. Keep in mind I got an obligation to moderate my chats, so just so you know, if that funny story is TOS or otherwise real problematic, it'll get knocked. You don't? That's fine, Strider. Okay, so you're researching that. We're suppressing it. We're gonna, like, let the better part of a day go by before we start restricting everyone again. But yeah, so you did notice that's what tricks you can do is the Revenants do open and close the doors. So it is one of those things that, you know, that is one way you could deal with the attacks and all that. Alright, so getting some crops down. You got more of them down. Alright, before you start cooking those meals, butcher the muffalo we just got so we have meat in the back area. Bulk goods trader. Oh, Revenant, please attack me right now. This would be excellent if the Revenant, because the Revenant will attack them too. So if the Revenant attacks them, they won't beat the Revenant, but they could put in a lot of damage. Where's the one I can actually trade with? They could put in a lot of damage, and that would be really helpful. Put doors everywhere. No, so the problem is you actually want kind of one way in, one way out, so it's very easy to see the route it took. Normally I wouldn't have the side door, I'd have just those doors, but, you know, we're just not ready for it. Alright, so with that, we can drop off the worn clothing. One time a relative of mine let their baby feed the baby and the kid instead of feeding the baby, plugging the food. Yeah, kids do that.
Thank you B_type 13/2 for subscribing for 22 months. Getting close to a year now.
Thank you B-type for the tier 1 sub. That's 22 months you've been subbed to channel. It's a heck of a long time. That is almost a year. Almost like it's more than a year. But yeah, so thank you so much for that support. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, no, you're all good. The support is very much appreciated, so thank you for that. But yeah, I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright. So they don't have anything I want, sadly. So we're gonna go ahead and say, okay, give me the money. Now, with that having left out and up, well, I mean, it's probably on the upper half of the map. It went out this door. We saw the path with scrapes going out here. So we're probably fine. Oh, those are skeletons. I was like, what? But yeah, so when we get to the evening, this in-game day, we're going to put everyone back into the restrictions back here again. I'm just trying to get enough of this down so that hopefully we don't have quite as many Muffalo starve. Now, ideally, I'd love for the Revenant to attack them. I think with them being on that side of the base, though, it's not going to be a thing I can make happen reliably. That said, I'm also keeping an eye on the doors just in case. All right. You should try doing a D&D with your Twitch. That would not even be at all similar to my normal content. Nothing wrong with D&D, but that'd be kind of in the same realm as if I just randomly was like, let's play Call of Duty or something like that. Or a board game. Again, that's not even remotely aligned with the normal type of content I do. There's do I ever play D&D? Not really. I played it like once or twice when I was younger. It was just not something I got into, really. Like, if you're talking about games that are based on D&D rules, yes. If you're talking like D&D where someone plays at a dungeon master and all that, not really. I gave it a try a couple times. It just wasn't something that really jived with me. Like, nothing wrong with it. I don't know. It was fine. Let's go over here. I'm just adding some of these areas in. Quest active diplomacy. We will not be doing that right now. That'll be a good one for later if we have the time, but the Revenant's the more important issue right now. Alright, so we're back on the waiting game, unfortunately. We've got everyone back in the bedrooms. We've restricted the doors so they can't go out where they're extra vulnerable. Just like last time, we're going to watch out for that. If I had known the baby could have been targeted, I would have brought the baby with us and dropped the baby towards the front, just in case I could get lucky for them to jump, for the Revenant to jump on the baby. It would have been a free time to get a bunch of damage in. Unfortunately, we didn't know that, so it's fine. With that, I'm willing to bet the ghouls can be targeted, which in a lot of ways works out for me, because it means they're more likely to take the hit, and they're the ones that they're not likely to actually get that much damage into the Revenant, because they're going to get a couple hits when it comes in for melee, or it comes into hypnotize, and then it'll run off and they won't get any more hits when it starts running. Not unless, again, I hurt its legs real bad. If I can get a lot of damage to like its legs and back where I slow it, that's when you can take down the Revenant easily by just rotating people out and just keeping them on top of it. Alright. You're gonna make me wait, aren't you? What's the strangest way you've had a colony die? RimWorld doesn't really have much in the way of strange ways for your colony to die. Because pretty much almost all the ways your colony die is like disease, hunger, cold, hot, or just straight up being filled with bullets. The filled with bullets, it works really well on killing your colony. Bullets are a very effective way of making a colony not a colony anymore. Okay, so once Moriarty's eaten, we're going to have Moriarty run out here to suppress this. So we're going to pop this door. Everyone is going out with Moriarty to do this. So that way, if Moriarty gets ambushed, at least we get some solid damage in on the Revenant while it's doing it. So everyone's going to awkwardly hover over Moriarty. Make sure they do a good job. They'll definitely be critiquing your suppression technique, making sure you are properly suppressing. Wouldn't want some subpar suppression going on here. All right. Okay, everyone's done. Get back out here. She's at 0 sleep. Why is she still awake? She's not at 0 sleep. Not sure what you saw that made you think that it was at 0 sleep, but no, she was not at 0 sleep. Alright, come on. Oh, yeah, no, it takes a little while. Even at 0 sleep, they will eventually collapse from exhaustion, but it's not instantly. It's not they hit 0 and instantly fall. It can take, like, you know, an in-game hour or 2 or 3 or whatever for them to collapse. But she should collapse from exhaustion if she's at 0 sleep. It'll just take a little bit. Was the weird one is you had a colonist, the guy with addiction to drugs, but he couldn't get up because his legs sucked. So a few seconds of rescue before trying to get up. Yeah, no, I've definitely had like weird ones where the colonists died and you scratch your head and be like, why'd they die? And you went, oh, their pain was too high because of like, you know, gut worms or something like that. And you know, you're just sitting there, but it's like, but how'd you die? Why do we have 2 scented cookies? One of them got cloned, and the other one that is the clone is currently in cryostasis because they've got crumbling mind. So as long as it keeps cryostasis, it won't get worse. But unless you get a mech healing serum or something like that, that is a condition that will give them a permanent 40% consciousness debuff if they don't get it cured. And once it goes to the like full-on crumbling mind, it's incurable. Well, I mean, you could technically decapitate the pawn and resurrect them. I don't consider that a cure. Like, it fixes it, but you got to kill the pawn to make it happen. Which means you specifically need a mech resurrection serum, which is super expensive. And I was told, even if you ghoulify them, that they still keep it. Which makes sense. With the game mechanics, that is. Alright, so we're just waiting for one of the doors to open here. And then we try again without having a baby get hypnotized. And the worst part is I need to get enough damage in the ghoul to get it drop a piece once, and I need to do that a second time. And the reason I need to do that, it's not to the 3rd time that the Revenant reveals when you get close, because the next one will make it so when I get near the Revenant, my character will be like, oh, the Revenant's near me. And then the next one will reveal when I get close. Once you get to that point, you can just chase the Revenant around and just beat it up.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, I do apologize if I missed things in chat. I'm stuck watching these doors very carefully, because this can slowly wipe out our colony. The worst thing you can have with the Revenant is it get away, and you not be able to analyze it, which is what happened with the baby. So that was one freebie we could have gotten an analyst on, that we're just not getting it. The worst part is once it starts dropping people that are damage dealers, that makes it harder the next time to get a piece that we can analyze. I'm really hoping it's not doing the thing where it makes me wait 2 days again. Is there any consequence to hypnotize beyond putting the colonist to sleep? No, it just puts you to sleep. The problem is the more people you have to sleep, the more people you have to have your doctors feeding and all that, until you run out of colonists to fight back. You know, and then your colony's dead because everyone just stays in the ground to sleep while you starve. It's kind of like getting someone to get the counter. How long do they stay asleep? Until the Revenant is dead. Literally forever until the Revenant is dead. So it's kind of like it kills your colonist, except you get the colonist back when it's killed. That's what makes the Revenant so dangerous. And then plus, you can still have other events happen while you got 2 or 3 colonists knocked down. Question is, why is one of your pawns is dead but still on your screen? There for a reason? Yeah, you gotta dispose the body. Eventually, when the body rots far enough, it'll drop it off the bar up here. But yeah. Can the colonist start to death while hypnotized? Yes. It's exactly the same as when they go catatonic. They're just unresponsive and you have to take care of them. So that's well, the worst part is Craven Horde is only at education level 2, and they're learning this entire time to learn stuff, which is going to very much stunt their education. Oh, with the Grey Paul, those doors are so hard to see. Why did you have to make an ominous game? Alright, come on. Most likely it'll be the left door that opens. See, that's the thing. If it went left and down, it could be this door or that door. If it went left and up, it could be this door or this door. And technically, it can go the whole way around. Like, it moves around out there sometimes. But it did leave out the left area, and we only saw the tracks go as far as, like, to the door itself. It is technically possible that it stopped inside my perimeter as well. Like, it could have stopped right in this area, and it would not be any the wiser. Hey, Warren, thank you so much for the raid. I'm just going to pause real fast because we are dealing with a Revenant without the adequate stuff to deal with it. So I'm having to do the thing where I glare at doors aggressively, trying to watch for the moment they open. But welcome in, raiders, and thank you so much, Warren, for the raid. If I can get a shout out for Warren, please. Drop pod raid, take their shoes, absolutely. Kidnap the buffalo, burn the tables. Jeez, this whole thing. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out there. Warren. You're on mobile? No problem. But for those who don't know, Warren also plays RimWorld. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Definitely worth checking out and all good stuff. We are doing where we're working on building up a ghoul army. It may seem like I have a lot of not ghoul pawns. Let me phrase it like this. Children. We got four who were children of our first colonists. That is a clone who's currently in cryostasis. That is a pacifist. There is my fighting adults. So we are mostly ghouls so far as our combat-ready people, but we do have a lot of people on here. But we are in the middle of a Revenant event. You might go, how prepared are you? I don't have electricity yet, so I don't actually have the means of doing the invisibility detect. I don't have flares, so I can't stun them with the flares, so we don't have that. I do have a singular crossbow, which is not nearly enough. We did get the first analysts off. I made the discovery that the Revenant will attack babies. We spotted it opening the door. We ran down to this corner to give ourselves the most time on target, dropping the baby in the hallway, and it hypnotized the baby. Which means the baby's just behaving like a perfectly normal baby. But it did mean I didn't get a single hit on it because it happened up here and we were all down here. But yeah, it's like, and a way to get to sleep. Exactly. We're just like, oh, wait, you're gonna make the baby go to sleep? It's been crying. Thank you. It's just a full night's sleep. Couldn't go better. We should be due for another attack anytime now. So my strategy behind Revenants is to simply maximize time on target. Do whatever I can to give myself the most time to put bullets into it so that it's hopefully slowed down so that the next time I can put more bullets into it. Ideally, if I have a flare, I peg it with a flare because then I can chase it around. But we don't have that fancy technology. So my goal is going to be draw it down here, try and bait it into attacking Sentient Cookie since they're a pacifist, so they can't help me in this anyways, and just beat the crap out of what's doing that. All right, Warren, you have yourself a good time. Thank you again so much for that raid, and you have a good one, all that stuff. Hope you destroy the Revenant. Oh, I didn't see. That's a fun one. So to date, I have never lost a colony to the Revenant. To date, I have never lost a colony to a Revenant, and I've got multiple wins under my belt in Anomaly. I have fought many. Brick up, all but one exterior door. Yeah, you can do that. I'm doing this for right now. I don't really want to tear all this down, but yeah. So we have blocked off these doors to my colonists because these are my 3 entrances here, and then I've got 1 entrance over there. The Revenant, when it last ran out, we saw the last. You can see the last claw mark is right here. I don't have any claw marks outside the perimeter, so it may have gone up here or up here. It may have gone outside the door. I wasn't watching the doors very carefully. I should have done better about that. So you're still fine for right now. But yeah, so it might be up here, so I might actually not get the door warning, but we're just going to make that happen as best we can. So what we're doing is I'm positioning my camera here. We're going to keep it on double time. We spotted the last one, but for those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zombie, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever. Where? That is not at all ideal. So I managed to get through multiple doors without me spotting. Okay, so it looks like it's going after Lardine. So Lardine, you run back here. Bong Spill join them. Groot's Twig, you try and run interception. The Sentient Cookie, I'm going to have you just deliberately throw yourself in this hallway. Okay, so what's going to probably happen with the rest of you? You all can just run in here. No, let's change our strategy. You all run back towards what will be the freezer. You back off over here for just a second. Okay, it's going for Lardine. So we start getting this group in here. Can the ghoul hypnotize? I'm assuming so. If a baby can get hypnotized, I don't see why a ghoul cannot. The ghoul would actually not be a bad choice for someone to get hypnotized, in my opinion. Alright, so that's far enough back, and if we have the doors first. So Donkey Duff, we want to hold you back so you don't get singled out. Alright, so this is gonna be a rough one. So Sentient Cookie's not gonna get there in time to do anything. They're a pacifist anyways. So we're just gonna try and get you there. You all get over here. We're just Jaywalker. We're gonna try and have one of the ghouls absorb this. So just get in there, try and bait the hit. You two get here for real fast. You get down here. Yeah, so this is not going to be a good one. And unfortunately, it's going for you. I don't think the turret will do us any good here. I also don't think the Hellcat will do us any good. Yeah, get in there as fast as you can. I just need enough damage on you. I don't care if we get the hypnotize off. I just need enough damage on him so he drops the stuff for researching. Okay, we did get a stun off, so get out there where you can keep the shots. We did get... Alright, so we got out of there. So the good news is we did get the Revenant Flesh Chunk. The bad news is he did take one of our few combat-capable pawns and drop him. So Sentient Cookie, you deal with that. We are going to allow Analysts on Moriarty will be fine. We will remove the restrictions on the doors because we got a couple of days, well, a day before we can attack again. The only way to stop it is beckon or skip. Yeah. So we can go ahead and do that. So that means I'll be able to detect when the Revenant is nearby. Like, I'll be able to hear it. But I still don't have any Molotovs or grenades or flares or any of the stuff I can reveal it with. So with that, for our purposes here, that is going to be a better weapon for dealing with the Revenant than what we're currently using. So this is getting bad. Because I'm running out of pawns to do this. Now that said, if I can get the Revenant to attack me again and get one more scan on it, then it will start revealing once we get close to it. Once I get to that point, we're in really good shape because then I can actively hunt it. Alright, so analysis complete. We've learned the biology and vocalizations it makes. Your colonists can now hear the Revenant when it's nearby. If you go hunting and get the Revenant close, you'll be notified which colonists can hear it. Yeah, so I can't do anything about that yet. I just don't have anything to hit it with. So we're just out of luck on that one. You go ahead and haul that, so it's not just sitting in there. It did seem to run past the ghouls, which would imply maybe they don't have the chance of being affected. And honestly, of the people for it to jump on, Lardine, I mean, ideally it would have been Sentient Cookie. But after Sentient Cookie, Lardine would have been my next choice. You know, Donkey Duff wouldn't have been a bad choice either. The big thing is it wasn't these two. Because that's my cook and my growing person. And my animal handler. So I didn't see where you got off to, Revenant. So you went out this way. So you went out this side door. So Revenant's somewhere over here. Which is unfortunately not very narrow of an area. Alright, so we're going to let this to get to a little ways into the next day. Because it doesn't attack back-to-back. It gives you a little bit of a breather. So we're going to give us time to, you know, plant some stuff, get things going. You sure he went out the door? Yeah, there's a claw mark out the door. Now, granted, it could double back and go back inside. But based on that, it looks like it left. I was too busy focusing on who went down and all that. Yeah, so we got 3 people who are hypnotized. Oh, and also, hey, Sight Stealer. Friend, broski pal. Your services are no longer needed here. That actually sucks that it's that one, because that's going to make it harder for me to deal with. Yeah, so we should get at least half a day between the Revenant attacks, if not longer. Alright, so you good? Alright, so butcher the animals, and once we butcher the animals, we're going to pull everyone back into the area before, like I mentioned before. Alright, so grab you that are up here. It's time for you to drop back. How's that doing? You're fine. So these doors are off limits. And we're going to take this a step farther. And these doors are off limits. So I'm leaving that outer perimeter door there as permitted. Because I don't care about the bioferrite from Sight Stealers that much right now. Most likely it'll come through this door. It went out that door. It might go up to these doors up here, depending if it went way up top. But the odds are highest it'll go through this door. Otherwise, that door probably. So I'm going to try and keep an eye on the right side. And it's just what we can do. But we will, when we have to suppress that, we will go out as a group. So no one gets caught on their own, so at least we get damage on the Revenant. If it does ambush whoever we go to do that with. And the moment we have the ability to detect it by getting close, the ghouls will hunt. Alright, sorry about that. Because what I can do with the ghouls is I can just rotate out the ghouls, keep a ghoul on it, whacking on it, and then when it goes to run, you know, figure out where it went to. Oh, good, you successfully tamed it. You won't be able to release it right now, but that's the reason we didn't do that, is in the middle of my field. It's too much area. Plug that door. Plug this door. Plug this door. Allow these doors. It's too much area for me to try and keep my eyes on. It's too dispersed. Lardine was my construction person. Congratulations, you're now my construction person, Moriarty. So stop cooking those meals. Make this one first. And then second. And then third. I want you to build this as fast as you can. Okay, so don't need to worry about watching that door anymore. Because then we block all those, then it only has one way in, one way out. You've seen so many colonists go down to Revenant. So much scary threat. So as long as you're mindful that basically never let anyone be alone. If you let someone be alone, they're going to get in trouble. You kind of want to keep your people bunched up as much as you possibly can. It's also one of those things that works counter to the way you'd normally build bases. Normally when you build bases, it's to your benefit to have a bunch of ways in and out so you can kite enemies and do that kind of stuff. With the Revenant, narrowing it down to just one way in, one way out really helps. Okay, so with that, now I could go down here and just say, hey, you, get back in here. Now, this is the only door it can get in and out of, so we could literally just zoom in here and watch for that door to pop, and the moment that door pops, we know it's Revenant time. So we bunch everyone up to one spot, and just, you know, we'll have someone stand in the front to take the hit from the Revenant, and everyone else will just pile on as much damage as they can make happen. The big thing gotta watch is that Obelisk will need to be suppressed. Revenant is a very dangerous event, but it just requires you to play the game differently. Now, that said, if you get a hit with a Revenant and you only got 4 colonists, that's pretty much game over if you don't have flares and all that. Come on. Come on. That door right there. That's what I want to see. This door right here. So everyone looking at the thumbnail on like the RimWorld page, they're going to see me staring at a door. Because that's all that matters in our run right now, is this door right here. Now, if the other ones had to zoom out and it'd be very hard to notice. This thing is taking up like 10% of my screen. We will notice this door move. See you staring at a door, it must be Revenant time? Pretty much. But the good news, I have a growing area in the back of my base that doesn't have a door. I'm just waiting for a pop-up that you missed a way in. Yeah, that can happen. Like, I mean, I don't have to worry about them. They're Shamblers approaching. They won't go into my base, so it's totally irrelevant. But yeah, no, it's entirely possible that this went in, doubled back, and then like went into this corner or whatever. That is a possibility. If that does happen, I'm not going to be warned until it's on top of me in the first place. So this is our best bet, is that we're just waiting for the door. Yeah, the Shamblers I don't care about at all. They're not... If it's a Shambler assault, that would be a problem. But the Shamblers, the wandering ones, they'll just walk right by our base and ignore us. I can, but that means I'm not watching the door. I also doubt it doubled back going back into the base. I could be wrong and I could pay for it. But like, considering the entire map it could choose to go, going back into the base is statistically very unlikely. There's just way too much map outside of the base. Considering we did see it leave this door, we see the scratches going out. We don't see the scratches go any farther. We don't see him go into one of these side rooms. So most likely it did just bail on the base. And the colonists will explore most of the base just doing their stuff and cleaning. It'll be mostly that freezer that won't see much foot traffic. %. But yeah, so like the Revenant really encourages you to make it so your base doesn't have a bunch of efficient paths to get around, that there's very much like back corners to get into, that you can't kite, that you can't do stuff. Oh, too bad the Muffalo can't tell you if you see it. What do we want? Door. When do we want? Now. Agreed. That's the whole thing, is it's a whole tease of just waiting for the Revenant to make its move. Waiting the Muffalo breed until we, you know, pass the time. Yeah, it's just, sometimes just gotta watch a couple Muffalo breed. How am I doing on time, by the way? We should have plenty, right? Yeah, we got plenty. We got over 2.5 hours. Well, we got roughly 2.5 hours till I normally wrap. So the Revenant will be long since sorted by then, or we'll be dead. Probably the Revenant will be long since sorted. Most likely, the ideal outcome for this engagement would be the Revenant shows up, we put a bunch of... I mean, the ideal thing is that we just knock it and kill it by getting lucky and, like, hitting it in the neck a bunch. But for a more realistic ideal outcome is that we manage to bait it with Sentient Cookie to go after our Pacifist, get enough damage in on it that we can then, you know, get the Analyze. And then once we have the Analyze, the Ghoul Hunger. I'll probably try to send Moriarty with the Ghouls to hunt it, because if Moriarty gets the stun off, it'll be that much more time to put damage into it. And what we're really hoping is to get some hits on its legs or its torso, because it can be slowed down just like anyone else or anything else. So if you start landing a bunch of leg hits, it means you can get more time just wailing on it. But then with 3 ghouls out there hunting, we should be able to find it. You know, at that point, there wouldn't be a reason to keep the colonists cooped up either. Because, like, once we can reveal it, we will actively hunt it as aggressively as we can. But without, like... Right now, if I had flares, I would be hunting it right now. Because you can run around till you get the whole thing where it's like, I heard it nearby. You pop it with a flare, put as many bullets into it as you can, and then right as it goes to hide again.
The games begin. Rual chaos, Rual chaos, Rual chaos.
Indeed. Let the games begin. But yeah, so that's the whole thing with the flares, that you can tag it with a flare as the last flare wears off, because it won't go invisible until the flare wears off. So you can just watch the timer go down to the flare, tag it a second time, get the stun, put more shots into it, chase it around again, repeat until it's dead. But I don't have those flares. Come on. Open the door. I know you want to, Revenant. This door, it calls to you. Alright, when the next day starts, if the door hasn't popped, the entire group is going out to suppress that over there. Because honestly, if it tries to attack me while I'm doing it and everyone's right there anyways, that's fine. Because it'll be basically the exact same outcome. This is my door. There's many like it, but this one is mine. Exactly. Alright, come on, Revenant. You're really teasing me here. I got stuff to do. Like putting bullets in your body. We are literally watching the grass grow right now. Let's see, what does the Revenant do if you block all the doors? I actually don't know. No, actually I do know. It'll break through walls. Because you can, if you're really clever, one of the things you do to buy yourself time to put damage on a Revenant is go into your freezer or any other place you've got like 2 or 3 thick walls, and then have a piece of door, or like piece of wall by the door that is like 99% constructed but not finished. Get everyone into the room, the Revenant comes in, starts hypnotizing, you have your construction person run around behind him and build the block, and the Revenant will start smashing down the wall to get out. It actually gets through walls really quickly, though, as a heads up. It is very efficient at disassembling walls. A lot more than you feel like reasonably should be. Revenant and Sightseer should not be able to get through secure doors? I actually don't know. I would assume it can. No, it could definitely get through secure doors, yeah. The Sightstealers can't. The Sightstealers will wait on the outside doors, but Revenants will just open the door. All right. So it's time. Moriarty has eaten. Everyone, gather around. This door is now permitted. I want all of you to go here. Moriarty, you are now suppressing this. We still keep an eye on that door. But I need to suppress it so we don't have that go off. Oh, Craven Horde, you're starving. Alright, Craven Horde will just have to wait a minute. They're saying they shouldn't be able to? Yeah, not so saying is Revenants are the only ones who can. And I have mixed feelings on it, because the thing is, like, from a realism standpoint, yeah, I would agree. Why is it able to do that? For, like, different game decisions, why is it able to do that? But on the other hand, from a not wanting to trivialize the content, you would just build a secure door as the front door to your base, and suddenly you can lock the Revenant in and not have to worry about it getting away from you. So, you know, little A, little B on what you got going on here. I need you to suppress that faster, please. Okay, so all of you, you're going to get down here real fast. Secure that door and do your thing. Sentient Cookie. Yeah, you're already on it. Good. I don't care if the animals in the pen are starving. There, Revenant's in. So you see, in case you're ever wondering if you can tell when the Revenant's here, Revenant is on its way. So with that, everyone who is able to stand in the back corner. Get in the corner, go now. Ooh, they might be too far up. They might be able to get down in time. So the Revenant just came through that door. Keep it moving. Sentient Cookie, congratulations. Your name is Bait. You three, get ready to just jump in wherever. I want my people with the guns to not be targeted. So we're burying them in the back corner. All right. Yep, Revenants can walk over creatures. First volley, no one got hit. We've got the Pacifist as bait. We got the stun off on the lead in. That's perfect. We might get another stun on the lead out. All right, all the ghouls get in. Nice stuns. Really nice stuns. That's fine. I'm down for some friendly fire. Please don't stun the ghoul. Okay, so it did manage to hide itself, but that's perfect. That is what we call ideal outcome. That is exactly the way I wanted that to play out. We gave up our pacifist temporarily. So one downside is, congratulations, Moriarty. You're a doctor now. I use this in the loosest of terms. So other people still up. Who can do research? Everyone can do research. You analyze that. That's first priority. You rescue them. Cool. They can't be body blocked. Correct. And like I said, if you put up a wall between them where they can't get through, they will do that. So, you three ghouls, you need to get yourselves a little snack. So we're just gonna have you group up. Did we see which way the Revenant get? I should have paid attention to this. So that's the claw scratch from earlier. Here's the claw scratch going out. Do we have...
What could I be the most handsome boy in the history of the world?
Oh. No, that sounds like things I would know about.
Love you. I love you. And I'm the best.
Okay.
I love you.
Love you too. You sleep well.
You have a good
Mm-hmm. The Revenant's right up here. Yeah, the Revenant's chilling right here in the hallway. You're analyzing that now. Hey, Donkey Duff, Moriarty, just float here for a second. The Revenant didn't think its actions through very carefully, so it's gonna probably try and make a break for it. Oh, you are like right here. You are right here, friend. The moment that scan finishes, too, it'll reveal. I just need to finish that research. Please pick up the speed on that research. Come on. Before they start, my ghouls get too hungry. Oh my god, how much longer do you have? You're killing me with that. Because if the ghoul gets too hungry too fast, that's a problem. Revenant scene, right on time. Ghouls, get him. Okay, you do your thing for a moment. I need you to get food. So Moriarty, we're gonna say that. Kill it now. I don't think it went very far. Okay, so it's out here. I think it's moving slow. I think it's hurt pretty bad. So real quick. That's fine. I need you to eat because you're going to turn on me if we don't. So it just went through the door. And as soon as you're done eating, you're going to start chasing. So went up this way. Okay, you're good. Go find it. Go get him, boy. Let's check over here. I didn't see... I wasn't watching to see if it went through the door, which is a mistake on my part. Alright, so you start checking over there. Okay, so we're just zigzagging everywhere to try and see if we can't catch it. All right.
Hello there.
It's not where I wanted. So it did go to this corner, we just didn't see where. So we're zipping around, just trying to get tracks on it. Once we can get our eyes on it somewhere, then we can start taking advantage of that situation. Oh, you need to keep going that way. Maybe the ghouls can't see or hear it? You know what? You're right. The ghouls can't, actually. I totally forgot about that. So you're feeding people because you're acting as the doctor. So get out here. That was like absolutely something I completely forgot was a thing. Okay. Alright, so do not shoot. Wait right here. Grab all of you. Do not attack yet. Chill nearby. So how badly have we hurt this thing? It's got some neck hits. The torso has got half health, so we're doing really good there. We got some spine damage on it, not a lot. Bongspill isn't on fire at will, but Moriarty is. And Moriarty's the one we're waiting to kick this off. Alright, get in there and go for it. Okay. Okay, so here's the deal. Moriarty, you go start taking care of everyone. We got people who need to be fed. You all, we're on the hunt. So it's down this way. I believe we've slowed it a lot. So Bongspill, you just focus on keeping them in range so that the ghouls can just do their thing. Yeah, but all those torso injuries have slowed him down, so literally, this is just Revenant is sorted. Eventually, Bongspill will have to stop to eat, or sleep, or whatever. But that's fine if it comes down to it. We'll just swap out for Moriarty, and it'll be good to go. But every time we're getting a hit in, we're putting more damage in, more possibilities for slowing it down. Now, the Revenant does have an ability that kind of gives it, like, a sprint of sorts. So we got to kind of watch out for that, where you see where he's taking off real fast. You'll do it for, like, a good 10, 20 seconds. So that's where I don't stop to try and shoot, I just chase. Until I start getting ahead when the sprint drops. And it's got a pretty short cooldown, too. And scene. All right. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. What even is a Revenant? Yes, I would like to capture that, please. But yeah, so Revenants, once you learn the tricks for them, are very manageable. Because keep in mind, I don't have flares, I don't have electricity, I don't have invisibility detection, I didn't use fire, I had no EMPs, I had no grenades, I had no, like, any of that stuff. And that isn't to be like, oh, people who can't handle it, like, you know, whatever, like, negative stuff or whatever. It's just, it is a very manageable encounter, but it requires you to play different than you normally play. Normally, you won't chase something when you're kind of off balance. And Revenant, like most anomaly stuff I found, you really want to stay on top of them as much as you can get away with. Like, obviously, if the pawn's half dead, you've got to keep that in mind. And we do have numbers here, which, to be clear, that did put me in a good situation for dealing with it. Yeah, you just had enough colonists. Yeah, no, don't think. Having as many colonists did really help. But when you consider this one's not engaged, that one got hypnotized with nothing else. Like, this one is a pacifist, that's a pacifist. And we basically got 5 combat ones. These ones couldn't see it, but they could help with the melee. But yeah, no, don't get me wrong, numbers help a lot. But I've seen people with like 10 colonists just get picked away little by little by little. Alright, but I like to keep the Revenants. Revenants to me are a really good choice for keeping around. Because, like, if you get Entity Slaughter, that's no problem. The Revenant dies, and you put it right back on the table. And it comes back. If you get the Let It Free, once you've got the tools for dealing with the Revenant easily, like, the Revenant comes out, you pop one flare and wipe it out. Because mid to late game, Revenants are just a non-threat. Early game, they're a real danger. Early game, they can be really, really rough. All right. Hey, combat supplier. Would have loved you just a little bit ago. But yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Having as many colonists to do, which, again, these ones can't fight. These ones, like this one's a teenager. They're 14 now, but they're effectively children. We got 2 adults and then a bunch of ghouls. If we hadn't gotten so many torso hits on it, so that was slowed down enough, the ghouls would have been really difficult to make work. But just because it got so badly damaged in the torso, which is more luck than anything, it was slowed down. I was expecting to have to do a lot more having one person chase it, swap them out. Because I've done it where we killed a Revenant with, I think it was 5, it was either 4 or 5 people. That we did the rotation of people. Why do I have a giant pile of blue fur sashes? Okay. And I have a Hellcat in there somewhere. Normally I'd be really excited to snag that Zeus hammer, but that's not gonna happen. We will grab the medicine. Okay, so you, that's right, because there's a Hellcat in here. There's the MP5. Or whatever it is. Here. I gave you the wrong weapon, that's what I did. Did you have a quest for making the sashes? No. I think my tailoring bench I just got misconfigured, which is totally... Ah, That's what it was. I had it the wrong way around. Yeah, so I had it the wrong way around. So they were just making blue sash after blue sash after blue sash and be like, no, this blue sash isn't slightly damaged. We gotta make another one. I need a slightly damaged blue sash. That happens. And we have no meat in storage, and how hungry are you? You are getting a whole lot a bit peckish. What on this map can you get some noms on that isn't... You need some that's got some meat on it. Unfortunately, the only things that would fall into that category, I don't really want to accidentally fight an entire herd of a buffalo. Oh, meanwhile, disassemble that. Disassemble that. Disassemble this. We'll ultimately make this enclosed over here. Closing off that door. And honestly, I kind of wish I didn't put the doors here. It's fine. Go get your snack. Go for the next one. Yeah, so you're the only one that's hungry. Okay. So the good news is, whether it's bioferrite generator or the hydroelectric or what, not hydroelectric, geothermal electric, regardless, either way, pretty soon we're going to have our setup ready. Let's see, anomaly really schools up with your base building because you like to have a doorway a few steps for the perimeter. Oh yeah, that's the whole thing. That's people have heard me make compliments about how I really like that anomaly forces you to play different. That is one of the many ways it forces you to play different, is that you'll just be used to it. It's like, oh, you know how I deal with this? Like, I make my base so I have like a hole everywhere else so you can like poke your nose out, shoot some rounds out, the enemy turns to come after you, you step this one out, step that one this way, and you just kind of ping-pong them all over the place and take them out. And anomaly, you know, stuff like the Revenant just gets giddy when you have that kind of base, like, good luck chasing me, buckaroo. You're gonna have a real bad time dealing with that garbage. I've also found with the Revenant, I like I like putting like different areas to kind of split up the map. So even if I have, usually because I'll have like an obelisk will drop out here. So I'll have like a tunnel that goes straight out to the obelisk and I'll do that. And if you put your invisibility detection over there, so it's like covering this area, it can be really good that you see it come through, it pops the like invisibility detection here, you go over there and you see it pop down and you're like, oh, it's right here. You know, it's on the outside of this building over here. But then if you see that light up and then it goes away, it's like, okay, most likely it went down there. If it doesn't light up at all, okay, it's up here. That with just a few different like outcroppings and that with the invisibility detection, you can get a pretty good idea of exactly where the Revenant went, that you can hit it within 2-3 flares. So I've found in a lot of these runs, I'll have like the outside perimeter of my base will have invisibility detection like in these kind of corners here. Just so I can watch the movement and what direction stuff's moving, because you get a pretty good idea where it's ultimately heading. In the vague, like, is it down here somewhere? And once you can get that narrowed down a little bit, it gets pretty easy to start pegging it a lot easier. And plus, added bonus now that we fully scanned this one, which I almost never get that anymore, because I've gotten to the point I can usually take down a Revenant really quick when I'm better kitted, which I wasn't this time. If it gets away, I can just chase it down. I don't have to rescan everything all over again. Yeah, so it's desiccated, that's fine. Gore Hulk Assault. So which way are you leaving? Are you leaving down or a different direction? Because you're leaving down, you don't do me any good. If you're leaving any other direction, that makes my life easier. Yeah, you're leaving down. Alright. Attuning the monolith, that's fine. So the Gore Hulk Assault is showing up. So the plan here is pretty straightforward. I'm going to let them run in to start initiating on me. And we're going to send the ghouls in to cause trouble. Okay. So basically we're initiating on them. Drawing them back. Then jumping on them again. It's super annoying how much... Where are you going? What are you doing? Yeah, so we're just baiting him in here. All my animals are going everywhere, which is super annoying. Alright, just hunt the last one. You just do your thing. It's fine. Meanwhile, we're just gonna have you kill this one real fast. So we can haul its body out of the doorway. Yeah, I need to get out of the doorway before something else shows up and all that. Plus, I just need to get all the, I need to get all the Muffalo back in the pen. So we're going to need to also make an area that I can do this kind of stuff where I'm not constantly dealing with this. We managed to knock them all down without, like, killing any of, like, hardly any of them. Alright, so that's all good. And we got that going. So now we have to have our animal handlers do the whole thing where they chase every single one of those down to deal with them. We're going to turn these off. Until power's ready. Need anomaly project? Oh, right. That's fine. We got the muffler started to roam away. So I'm going to avoid advancing the anomaly thing right this second. I want to at least get electricity online. We're still actually working on our very first regular research because I went for geothermal right from the beginning. And we are a ritualist colony. So we have a 75, I think it's a 75% penalty to research. I think is that or like 50. It's not as bad as one of my first anomaly wins. We did a tribal ritualist colony with the heavy debuff on both of them. And so it ended up being something like 10% the research speed or something super obnoxious. And we finished the game, I only had like 2 or 3 research done, and we actually won anomaly that way. That we were just depending on taking stuff from people and the anomaly itself tech. Alright, I need to make a quick adjustment because it is getting heckin' hot in here. There we go. Get the AC to do a little bit more. Alright, so pretty soon we shouldn't have to have the ghouls running around. As soon as I get our electricity online, we'll be in great shape. Which are doing the bioferrite generator right now. This is the room I intend on putting that in. So I can put that in there, run the electricity, get all that set up, get the freezer online. That way, at least as we're butchering these animals, half the food doesn't rot. And then we're going to look for a colonist who's got some decent stats for becoming a ghoul. And we will try to clone and ghoulify. It would be really nice if we could get unnatural healing. Because with unnatural healing, I could just clone, make a ghoul do that. Otherwise, when we see, like, why are you standing in the door? Please stop doing that. Otherwise, when you get stuff like Yetkins, Neanderthals, that kind of things attacking, we're not going to be the pickiest about the ghouls. I say as I don't think I have any shards. I think, yeah, I've got some shards flying around. Disease flu. That sucks. Treat them immediately. Okay, so it's Bong, Spill, and Moriarty. Oh, and Moriarty is no longer a doctor. And for right now, Lardine is not a doctor either. You... will not go to bed on your own. Which is not helping anything, by the way. We need to get that hospital built. Now go to bed. Okay. Sentient cookie. Then to them. Yeah, so you're winning yours solidly. I'm a little concerned about Bong Spill. I think we're going to be very aggressive on this. Well, that's 100% 10. Let's not use it. We'll wait just in case one of the two of them gets like a 0% 10 or something like that. And you know, when that happens, we can deal with this. So this is limestone? Yeah. So paid psychic drone, and that'd give us uranium, which I'd like and all that. But right now, I'm going to not take that. And we're going to wait till we're after our flu. That way I don't get a psychic drone and then get some real bad 10s because of it. I still need someone to show up and give us, you know, telescope. What are the top 5 anomalies that you think would be the most terrifying to actually deal with, like in real life? Let's take a look here. Like well, I mean, I don't have the whole list here. I mean, in real life, certainly one of the worst ones would be the murder ball. The murder ball, the devourer, the thing that like separates, like they split and they split and they split. I mean, honestly, it's like a real person. They're all terrifying. It's not like I run around lugging around a machine gun with a group of friends with machine guns to deal with stuff and have supernatural flair. So pretty much all of them would kill a normal person in the real world. Okay, so you can tend to it now. So, like, most terrifying is fairly irrelevant. 82, that'll be fine. I mean, the giant pit that opens up and you have to go down into, like, the weird, squishy, little, gross hole thing. That's a pretty awful one. That's some solid nightmare fuel. Who does your title art? If you mean my thumbnails, I do that myself. The cube is the most non-threatening? Yeah, the cube will wreck you. But the cube also has lots of stuff you can do to manage it. There's tricks to make the cube nowhere near as dangerous as well. Went to sleep for an hour? Gotcha. That's not really enough sleep, but it's something at least. Meanwhile, we can go here. Yeah, so this is going to be too far for that, so we're going to plunk one toolbox down there. That'll be room for that to expand later. We'll toss another one over there. An hour of sleep is worse than no sleep? Yes, wake up feeling worse? Yeah, but your body still gets at least some time to recover. So it may not feel better, but it is better than actually getting no sleep so far as your health goes. It's still nowhere remotely near enough. But I would much rather, so far as everything going, get an hour or two or whatever sleep than go in getting literally zero sleep. I'll still be very annoyed and irritated and frustrated about it. Let's see, is it intended that my colonists with rifles want to go in melee combat? If you command them to attack enemies? If you grab, like... I don't have anyone trapped, let me grab that. If I grab something like that and I grab the melee, the little punch icon, it will. I do have a weird thing where every once in a while, like, I'll have my entire group of range, I'll be like, hit that target, like, one of them will run. I don't know why it happens. But it is very annoying when it happens. I mostly only see that when I just grab a group and I click on it real fast. And I don't know what causes it. It's not a consistent thing. Like, it's not a thing that happens a lot. But every once in a while I have, like, one colonist that's like, run off and you'd be like, please don't do that. Why didn't it let me bandage you? Oh, it was already doing it. If pawns don't have less sight, they try to melee? Gotcha. That makes sense. Right, so if I had, like, my pawns here, and I tried to attack there, this pawn over here who doesn't have line of sight would run around and try to melee. Transport pod crash. And what do you got for me? Ooh. I wish you had... Nah, we're not gonna take you. You get to die. I was going to say, it's like, ooh, Yetkin. I was like, you know, I actually might not even have enough shards to make one. I have one shard on the map, so I could make a ghoul. With having only one shard on the map, I think we'll save it until we get a better pawn. If I find myself sitting on like 3 or 4 shards, we'll just start ghoulifying anyone who's even okay. Yeah. Alright. I do like that we've got our little Harbinger tree forest thing in the middle here. This pleases me greatly. Medical treatment on Moriarty. So the good news is we're just knocking this flu out. Moriarty, why would you do this? Go back to bed. Are Harbinger trees protected by toxic fallout? No, I don't believe so. And one thing we will add. Also, the addition of the hidden conduits is one of the greatest additions this game has ever had. The hidden conduit is such a nice thing. Just because it's immune to the bzzzt event. That alone makes it worth doing anytime. And the fact that enemies won't target him, break your random wires, and people throwing tantrums won't break random wires, putting everyone at risk, and all that kind of garbage. They're just getting that wire run. Oh, that's granite. Okay, so with that in mind, we can start going and cleaning up more of this place. All the corpses are rotting in here as well. Once I get the electrical line run, we can worry about stuff. Alright, so Sentient Cookie. Tend to them. How are you doing? So you're at 62, so you got a strong lead. You're at 63. And if we have one that ever has like a really bad 10, we'll hit him with the heal. You're ravenously hungry and recreation deprived. So we are helping with the recreation a little bit. Because they're stuck just waiting here. Ghoul starvation. We don't want that. That's really bad. Ghoul starvation, they will just turn on you if you get too far. So we definitely don't want that to happen. So let's go murder the crap out of Raccoon. And then meanwhile, Sentient Cookie needs to deal with this. So we gotta pick up the pace. Alright. Yeah, versus attacking the Mega Sloth or something, I'm going, okay, honestly, between Tough and Nimble and 3 Ghouls and all that, maybe they can handle the Mega Sloth by themselves without too much of a problem. But that is one of those ones you're like, let's be a little bit careful. Yeah, we still don't have a good, pack of animals to deal with or whatever. Pretty soon we'll start getting the Muffalo sorted out. I just need to get this larger area opened up for them. And we can keep going from there. Alright, so let's see. You're at 25%, well, 20% ahead. You're at about 20% ahead. You've all been fed. It's just dealing with the baby and all that. Medical treatment needed. Alright, Mandy, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Yes, the good news is Sentient Cookie is an extremely good doctor. The other Sentient Cookie is also a really good doctor. Lardine will be a doctor. I'm just not willing to put them at risk of something that's actually dangerous for people. Minor cuts and bruises and crap like that, sure. But we'll figure it out. Alright. Medical treatment needed. Major break risk on Moriarty, ravenously hungry and recreation deprived. We're dealing with it. Okay, so with Lardine basically be okay, you're finishing up the last of the conduit. And then what we're gonna probably do is use all this limestone we got laying around and do something with that. Yeah, so you're helping grow stuff, which is really not your forte. So we're gonna go ahead and say for in here. Let's get our production room so it has its floors all done with limestone, because that'll give us something we can put all the limestone to use and all that. Wait, hang on. Limestone? No, sandstone is what we were doing the outside walls with. Limestone is our brick, and then we're making our furniture out of marble. Because we don't have a particularly great stone for doing stuff. Just the endless rotation of things. Alright, so good news is you're right about to be over your flu, and you're right about to be over your flu. And then we'll get back to actually getting real food in this place. Because Bongspill being down this whole time, we went from having tons of raw food just on the go, to now we don't have hardly any. And then the hay grass is basically gone. Alright, so you're all immune, everyone's all immune from the flu, and we're good. You're really wondering, how did you manage to catch a cold at 90°F? It's really annoying. I mean, colds have nothing... so the only reason cold is associated with the temperature is because people tend to group up in places when it is cold. You tend to be inside more. Colds don't really care about hot or cold temperature on a meaningful capacity. Like, cold and flu work the same way. They're just respiratory diseases that when people are in enclosed and poorly ventilated areas, you have a much higher frequency of spreading. Yeah, true, we call it cold? Yep. And it's a misnomer. The only reason it's associated with cold temperatures is just when it's snowing outside and it's cold, people tend to go indoors, hang out indoors where it's poorly ventilated the whole time. Giving them germs everything they need to get moving around. But part of the reason I'm doing this is to burn up some of the brick I've got laying around. You know what I might do as a temporary measure? There. So put a wood patch over the outside wall there till we get the sandstone brick. That way later I can just rip that down, and then that'll let me open this up. And this will probably give me enough sandstone when I tear down this to make it so I can finish that wall. Alright. Minor break. Never mind, it's already done. Bioferrite generator. Heck yeah. I'm not going to worry about the atmospheric thing. We'll go for the Mind Numb next. So, who the heck was our one that was mining? Oh, right. You were construction, and then I gave you... Alright, so that explains why our food hasn't been happening. I totally forgot that you were our cook, and then during the Revenant I put you on max priority for construction just to get a bunch of these like little things I needed done knocked out. That explains a few things that I've been like, why am I getting why am I eating raw food? The ghouls should be decently fed because we're slaughtering our muffalo because of the population, which is what we want. Yeah, so Moriarty should cook. Dread leather sash. I hate this stuff, it stinks. Alright. Don't do that. Yeah, the ghouls all run into what will be the freezer to eat all the muffalo corpses. Moriarty will get to butchering them once they're not busy doing 1,000 other things. It's fine. Alright. Yeah, and you're still making clothing, that's fine. Yeah, so now we're peeling through this. One other nice thing is because we have so many muffalo, the amount of muffalo fur we're going to get is going to be honestly kind of a problem with the amount of wealth we're going to generate from it. which isn't the intent. I'm keeping the Muffalo just because when it comes to time for food, Muffalo are actually really good so far as the amount of meat you get per day. They're really strong for that, which is why I've chosen for doing a ghoul army. Is down the road, they'll be the only way to keep reliable meat coming in. Unless we start piling up so many human corpses from being raided or entity corpses from being raided that becomes a viable source of food. Which will get all sorts of problematic because I'm going to have this giant freezer and I might eventually have to like bisect it and put like this is where the bodies go part of the freezer. Because if we butcher people, we're going to get real upset. And if we have corpses of people laying around, we're going to get real upset. A fearful monument. Unless you're amazing, the answer's no. You're not bad. But the answer's no. Unnatural corpse, infinite meat. Yeah, the really good one is the heart. The heart, the amount of twisted meat it spits out, it gets to the point of almost obnoxious, but for a ghoul army, that's what you're looking for. Just an obnoxious amount of meat. Yes, I'll take 2. If you don't mind. That's fine. So, who was... So Moriarty is the one who mines. So yeah, so Moriarty cooks, and when they're not cooking, they mine. Alright, so it's appearing in the hospital, or what will be the hospital again. So bring everyone over here. Bring you over here. Looks like it's might be a 2 hiver. Just putting the kids in the back. Oh, hey, get you out of here. That is the bummer with making that the hospital, is it is one of the only places that can be targeted. For infestation. But I mean, it is what it is. Didn't even injure the ghouls. All right. I wonder if it would be viable. I don't... So let's see. Do the ghouls attack? Yes, the ghouls will attack the hive by default. If the ghouls wouldn't attack the hive by default, it may actually have been a viable thing to literally just have the hives left alone there and then keep all the ghouls in the room with the hives. Can you use the hives as a meat source? Yeah, but I'd have to manually manage it too much. If they wouldn't attack the hives, I could see keeping a group of ghouls in the room with them. And just every time the insects pop up, the ghouls scatter and start hunting everything. Which would be a pretty fun way of managing that. But unfortunately, they will attack the hives by default, which is fine. I think that's reasonable behavior. My intent is to use the buffalo, so it's fine. Shaman Merchant. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we can go ahead and trade away. Probably, I'm hoping to get rid of those telescopes. I've got 3 telescopes because the game keeps giving me telescopes this run. I'll have many, many runs that'll be like, man, I could really use a telescope, and it just never happens. And this one's like, no, telescopes. You want that. It's like, ugh. Because it'll be like telescopes and 10 medicine, like, but I want the medicine. Alright, I guess I'm taking a telescope to go with it. So I want to trade them away because they're not doing anything but sitting there and being wealth. Alright, so they don't want my telescopes. Of course not. Let's see. Do you have anything I really want? You got gold, which I don't really want to give you right now. You got some bioferrite. I'll take that just because I can. I don't care about herbal medicine. I got plenty of that. I can't use that yet, so I don't care about that. Honestly, you don't have much to offer me. So, that's disappointing. Like, the gold is about all I can take here. But it's whatever. Take a tiny bit of bioferrite. Psychic Soothe Pulsar? It wouldn't be the worst. I have so much like silver and just junk laying around everywhere that we just need to get... I need to get a dedicated hauling person. Yeah, so I've got the Animal Pulsar. The Psychic Soothe is not a bad call. I'll trade that for the Biomutation one. I actually don't like the Biomutation one. But the Psychic Soothe is perfect for situations where things go sideways. Because what we could do with that is when everyone starts getting at each other's limbs, you can pop that. So like if for example, you've got a colonist that everybody's buddies with and they die and everyone's pissed off about it, you can pop the Psychic Soother just to get through it. Or like if that happens and it results in an insulting spree, which results in our thing, you're like, nope, putting an end to that real quick. And it won't buy you a lot of time, but usually you'll only need to buy yourself a couple of in-game hours to get to the other side of those kind of things, and then you're good. Yeah, give me that tiny little bit of bioferrite. Oh, and meanwhile, furniture. Start using the marble to build all of the shelves for the food in here. Because that'll use up some of that marble too. And that'll actually give it so these don't just sit outside. Yeah, Port Moriarty is trying their best to keep up with the food, but because they just leave it out here versus hauling it back, it is just taking too long to cook. Which is why I want to get it so they start hauling it back. Alright, we've got that all queued up to mine. The big thing is I gotta start mining these rooms out. Hungry pet animals is not surprising. Still researching power. Yeah, we've also got the other power. It's still worth me researching the biothermal, or not biothermal, geothermal, because we'll have that anyways. But we are going to move on the bioferrite. Part of the reason it's good to have that just in case your stuff in here gets killed or destroyed or escapes, or you start to outrun its bioferrite use by like needing more flares to deal with fights. It's easy to get yourself where suddenly your power shuts off and you can't turn it back on. You're on bioferrite. Alright, you should be no longer a baby soon. Did we have another baby on the way? No, okay, we're fine. Right. And you want to do a psychic drone for 4 days that will anger all of the men. And you're willing to give me a little bit of uranium and recreation, specialized limbs. Honestly, I'm going to say no to that. Because my luck is I'd get a raid in during that time, and all the guys in the colony would be on their last limb. One thing that will help is pretty soon the kids here are going to be old enough to contribute more. What am I doing? I just realized we haven't had... I've got an army of children, and we've got the more advanced furniture and all that. I should have long ago gotten more recreation built in here. And we should have gotten the classroom set up. So we can go ahead and choose marble for this. I mean... reinstall you... Where am I putting you? Let's put you in the corner there. Move that real fast. Deconstruct this. And go here and make you out of marble. Oh, right, it doesn't show till we actually build those. Alright. And then build you two. So that'll give basically a bonus for teaching. I should have had that a while, but we still got kids that are going to be a long time till they age up, so that'll help. And I can see potentially this, like, getting a different room to be our rec room, and one will be a classroom or whatever down the road. Right now, we just leave it alone. Okay, and they are hauling stuff around, which is good news. All right. Oh, jelly. That's fine. Yeah, so they're all staying in the freeze, or what will be the freezer. That's the big problem we have right now, is until we get our power online, our food's just temporary. And the issue we're also running into is we still have basically 3, arguably 4 adults that can work in this colony. So for all of that, I got 4 people working, which is why a lot of stuff is just taking forever, because I got one person who's construction almost full-time, one who's a food almost full-time, one who's growing stuff almost full-time, and one who's research almost full-time, which is leaving very little time for other stuff. The good news is Draconic just became a child. So with that, I've got another person who can chip in around here. If for no other reason than cleaning and hauling. So let's have you go in here. I don't believe we had anything better than that right now. Now the downside is, I think I have run out of bedrooms. Yeah, I'll just give this a larger room. So we'll need to sort that out, which will need more sandstone for that. I doubt we'll have the capacity to get that done. But we'll put that in their agenda to grow if they have a little bit of bandwidth, or to turn around. Are you getting... So Sentient Cookie got a hostile clone. Hey, go beat up Sentient Cookie, ghouls. Because the ghouls individually are way tougher than Sentient Cookie. Sorry, we don't want to keep keep the clone around, so you know. We're just gonna go ahead and get rid of you real fast. Don't mind me. No, no, don't run. You'll just die tired. Does that get anything? I was curious to give me a negative being like, ah, there was a copy of me and they murdered it. I saw my own dead corpse. What are you doing? Oh, you're building shelves. I just saw him carrying the box. Like, don't you put those on the shelves? Get some of these rotting corpses out of here so no one gets lung rot. And we're getting some last-minute butchering. Excellent. Cool. Hey, Randall Thor, how's it going? Alright, so we're getting that planted. The animals are struggling to not starve. Oh, good. They got that done. So now we've got this queued up. So we want to go not there. We want to keep the telescope and all. That's worth more not deconstructed. But we're going to take apart all of that. And honestly, that'll be probably the best place for this. Because if I put the invisibility detection here, it covers both the doors into this entire back area. And like I said, I'm going to close off this outside wall here. How's remote train you? It's pretty good. We had to deal with a pretty spicy revenant without any of the tools to deal with it. So that honestly could have gone way worse, but we managed to make it work. Alright, so deconstruct the wood part of that wall. I'm gonna honestly keep that door open now, because this whole area is now your place to eat. Cultists hate chanters. Alright, so good news is they're all melee and there's not many of them. So bring everyone, get them here as fast as possible. Never mind, there are way more of them than I thought the first time. We still need to push them. They will cause our colonists to go to berserk. The really bad news here is the fact that we are dealing with foggy rain at the same time, which is going to kill our accuracy. And that's just really big numbers. So what we want to do is we want to start knocking down as many of them as we can before they turn and burn on us. If we let them get too many people involved. So there's our group here. I need them all shooting. That foggy rain's no good. Alright, so let's scooch you up. We'll grab the adult line, scooch you up. We'll grab the kid line and scooch you up. Because I need better accuracy and I need more targets. We just need to damage as many of them as we can. Honestly, this is bad enough. The turret's down. Because when they break, they're going to rush us. And very genuinely, we don't really have the numbers to deal with. The ghouls will put up a good fight against them, but they're actually pretty dangerous in melee. They have very high pain tolerance. They usually end up having some pretty okay skills. Okay, so they're all still shooting. Alright, so the cultists are attacking. So what I'm going to try and do is we're using that as a distraction. You all start dropping back. Hold the door. The ghouls will block the door. So they're going to give us a minute before they start attacking. We've got the little turret. The good news is what they will do with this turret is they will rush to destroy it, and then it'll explode on them. So it kind of works. Oh, yeah, really pile in on that turret. Really, really get in there. No, it didn't explode. Never mind. Well, that would have been nice. Shuffle you around a little bit. I want the kids in the back. That's what I really want here. Kids in the back. Oh, that's a lot of them that are still up. Who has the Hellfire? Hey, step aside for just a moment. That doesn't help that much, but we're doing what we can. I'm really happy you're splitting up between my ghouls and not focus firing. If you focus fire, you'd actually have a pretty good chance of taking one of them down. Alright. So, with all that, all of you go about your days. And for the survivors, tough, abrasive psychopath. I don't think I could save you if I wanted to, and I'm not really convinced that I do. What about the other one? Where are you? There you are. Bad back. Alright, well, never mind. You're all terrible is what you are. Oh, hey, Mocha. I didn't see you back there. Oh, Mocha's one of the bad back. And what about you? You are a delicate wimp. Yeah, we're not going to keep you around either. And then orders allow unforbid everything. Haul that corpse. And we should be good. Yeah, so that was... Those, honestly, they can be really dangerous when they get in on you. Because we got lucky with some of those that they got pretty bad stats. Like, that's a brawler. That would have been a good one. So we got another genie there. We got another genie there. They had a lot of genies in their group. You could use them to teach some medical skills. You'll generally find I don't take people and do all sorts of awful things. So, like, we're being, like, obviously ghoulifying someone's pretty bad. You'll actually find I almost don't even take prisoners that often. Because usually, like, building up your numbers really fast is, a real bad strategy. Oh, hey, 1 second. You need to be in the restricted zone and set to full recreation. But yeah, so you'll find generally I won't take people, I won't make slaves, I don't generally cannibalize, I don't blood bag people. Like, I used to do some of that stuff back in the day, but once kind of the novelty wore off of it, it's just not something I've had a huge amount of interest in messing with still. Nothing wrong with it, it is just a mechanic in the game. It's just not a mechanic in the game that I feel a heavy desire to engage with often. Alright, so link all of you together. Storage, clear, food. Alright. So we're getting our classroom built, that's good. I really need someone who is not our mining, or sorry, is not our cook, to also mine. Oh, if I do that, you'll never haul. Here, we can change that around. Nope, not you. There. Creatively Lardine. That's fine. You know, research is really lagging, and a big part of why our research is lagging is, honestly, our anomaly research is doing well, but pretty soon I'm going to be dropping off. Like, that's our last basic research, which, honestly, when that happens is I could stop studying this, because that's only giving me basic right now, and this is my main source of advanced, and the Revenant is also giving me advanced. These ones are already not researching. Oh, you also need a bedroom. Come on, man. We need to get these extra bedrooms built already. The only, like, the big plus that we're going to run into is once some of these kids start aging up, then suddenly I'm going to have that many more, like, really solid pawns. Because we had, what? There was a jogger. Yeah, we got a jogger. You haven't gotten a chance to get a trait. You haven't got a trait. So you got these three who are all aging up. Lardine was also one of our kids. And Lardine, we rolled well. Fast walker, kind, super immune. Uh-huh. And doesn't do everything, but does plants, crafting, and construction, as well as medical. If I had someone who had unnatural healing, or I found myself with some mech healing serum, I could see making copies of Lardine. Alright, so you're closing that off. The good news, you're actually getting pretty low on things to construct. Which does mean... Oh, cool. Moriarty's actually starting to mine again. Because this will be our hospital, this will be our power room, this is going to be our freezer. And I've got everyone low priority to mine just about, but it doesn't matter because we don't get that far down the priority list. It's too many kids. It's too many kids in our colony. All of them can't really do what we need them to do yet. So we just gotta wait. And you'll get pretty close to running out of marble soon. It'll honestly won't be too long till I'm gonna end up needing a drill to manage a bunch of stuff. Inspired creativity, do not care at all. Okay, when that's done, what we'll go ahead and do is we will go to single beds made out of marble. Get some beds set up there, and we will put some marble shelves right here towards the middle. Actually, don't put you there. Because that'll be more than enough. Yeah, so you get that thing. But if someone who's not played this, is the only map you play on, or can you roam to a different map? So you can actually go and leave your map and go to the next tile, and the world's huge. But generally speaking, most of the time, you're not going to play on more than one map. Outside certain challenges or whatever. Because you look at the size of this map, and it seems like, oh, you're already filling up a big chunk of it. The thing you got to keep in mind is the encounters the game throws at you to make things harder for you get worse and worse and worse as you build up your wealth. So it's actually literally a challenge to try to fill up this play area that I've not seen anyone accomplish so far. Because the encounters just start to get so dangerous that it's really hard to keep them together. Twizzlers or fruit roll-ups? As an adult, neither. They're fine. But, like, neither excite me that much. Probably fruit roll-ups more than Twizzlers. Twizzlers can be pretty waxy at times. But, like, as an adult, I'm more likely to go to some other than fruits next. Legendary work. We have created a legendary chair. This chair bears the image of a muffalo lying in a bed next to her baby. A muffalo who is already trying to pull himself around. 9 iguanas sleep peacefully nearby. The image somehow expresses both distance and sadness. Though few would expect it, the subjects are in front of a dragon. This portrayal tells the story of a muffalo giving birth to the muffalo on the 10th of September, 5503. Okay, sure. Fair enough. Alright, got bliss lobotomy. And with that, stop studying this, because I have no more need for any basic research whatsoever. Those are now medical beds, so I don't have to constantly fight when people get the flu and be like, go to bed. Because like, no, it's not a medical bed. I'm not going to go right to bed. You can't make me. So, critical, clear, and medicine. Copy that setting. And link and paste. So with that, we now have a really terrible but hospital. We do, in fact, now have a hospital. And that'll conclude all of our marble for a while. So that's at least some good news, sort of ish. I will definitely want more marble, but that's okay. The point being is now with Lardine will work on other projects. And hopefully we'll get mining soon. I don't have anything I would say with that. The only reason I'm not repeating is I have no context to what that is. So, you know, you never know when someone's like, say this thing, and you're like, actually, you've said something really awful, and you're like, oh, okay. Didn't know. But yeah, no, I have no idea what that has anything. I'm assuming it's a reference to something. But for me, it's a big ol' bagel. Does not register. And hopefully they tear down that wall soon. We'll see what Lardine works on now. Marble blocks? Oh, right, there's more crap up here. So even though it's saying I don't have more in storage, there is technically more in storage. Or there's technically more. Those famous unsolved problems for mathematician. The conjecture asks whether repeating 2 simple arithmetic operations will eventually transform every positive integer to 1. Okay. Not familiar with it enough. Like, not in that context. If someone like presented as like, if I do 1 plus 1 equals whatever, and then, you know, does the different stages to set up, maybe I'd remember it, but not just as a term, it doesn't register. Basically, it's a process of trying to make sense, figuring out that problem. Okay, I don't... Cool, I guess. Sure. Honestly, for right now, let's go ahead and go over here, and where I've got that set to mine, let's cancel all this. We'll have these, like, last little edges we'll get. And that can be fine for a hospital for right now. I want them to get over here. And for that matter, don't worry about getting the containment expanded right now. Or even for that matter, don't worry about getting the thing. Just, I've taken away all the things to mine except for a couple boxes here and that. Yeah, the question is, how does any of this benefit mankind anyway? I mean, it's fine to have, like, the things you think about that, you know, talking theory and philosophy and all that. That can have value, even if it's for nothing else than a thought exercise. Even that can still have value in a means. Yeah, learning different viewpoints to solve problems helps humanity greatly. That one angle to look at it, you know, you could say, but over the theme of the problem solving, yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, I agree, having different perspective, different thoughts, and solving problems for the sake of solving problems even if you go and like what value does it give, a lot of times you can get perceived value, from things you wouldn't think about. Like, people meme about the fact that like once upon a time there was a thing where you could have a vote and then the White House would respond to it. And as a meme, people voted that we should build a Death Star. And they actually dedicated just a little bit of time going, hey, there's actually, to build this would take more than the gross amount of metal we believe exists in Earth and that kind of stuff. And that kind of thing. And people are like, why the heck did you spend any real life hours on that? It's like, honestly, first of all, because working the same job forever and ever and ever, you eventually just get tired of it. And those types of thought experiments actually do have value. I've talked about the fact that I have a family member who works in emergency services planning, so running the logistics side of emergency services. So when you've got like really big widespread fires, like half of the West Coast is on fire, or like a hurricane hits an area, or these kind of like major disasters going, okay, I've got 100 fire trucks that I can throw at this problem, and I need about 2,000 fire trucks. Okay, where do I send the fire trucks and where don't I send the fire trucks? Who gets left behind, and like figuring it all out. And you'll have people who very pessimistically go, oh, well, you clearly they're going to send it to the rich people, and that's not actually the way they approach it from emergency services. They look and go, okay, where is going to be the largest cost of life? Like if I don't send stuff there, like where's the most damage going to happen? And it can be very soul-sucking to do that, because you understand with that decision, you're saying, I'm going to save 10,000 people. I'm also basically condemning, several hundred people to die. And that kind of thing. And you make the right call, but, you still have to sleep with the fact that people die because of your decisions. And it can be very difficult to do that. And so where people go, why is the government wasting time coming up with a plan for the zombie apocalypse? It can be an exercise for those individuals to work on doing the logistics and figuring it out and all that kind of stuff, where at least they're not looking at this going, I am condemning people to death. It's the right call, and I understand it is, but it's super hard on you as an individual knowing the ramifications of your decision, even if it is the correct decision. And so, with those kind of things, those silly exercises that you're like, but what is even the point? There is value there. Alright, so they want this. And I believe you have to have the entire room floored and everything for them to be happy. I think that even has to not be in that room. This can honestly be moved to a different room, because it was up there originally because I didn't have the space for everything. So there is value in those exercises, especially if you have like a lot of turnover and you've got a bunch of new team members, or there's new leaders, or you got a new partnership with a new fire department or police department or whatever that you've not worked together before. It's a great way to start figuring out how to work together without all the difficult overhead and all the difficult, things you've got to worry about. So for ideology, so we got the Mind Numb Serum research. That's good news. We'll do the advanced stuff next. Alright, so let's go into our ideology. We want this mark, and I'll put it down there. And we're gonna have to go and, like, put flooring down. It'll be like, this has been disgraced or whatever. We'll have to deal with it. But there's a lot of value in thought experiment kind of things that you look at. It's like, objectively, what does this accomplish me? And you make a big shrug, but it makes you apply critical thinking in a way that you don't have to worry about difficult ramifications of that. Like, there's a lot of value to be had there. It's not direct value, so it's one of those things you look at it and, people sit there and go, but why, and all that. Alright, so I'll do this. And then this one, we're going to go in here, You wouldn't want to smooth out that bedroom. That's fine. They're about to finish mining that out, and then it's nothing but this left to mine. So that'll be good. Because then we'll finally get our power on. We're 3 years into the game, and we have yet to have the forbidden technology that is electricity. But that's, if you're wondering why this is so slow, that. And that. So we research at 1/4 the normal speed, and of all of these pawns, while almost all of them can research, Sentient Cookie is the only one putting real time in on the research, and they're having to split their time between crafting and everything. So we've just not been prioritizing the research that high. My hope is that as we get more of these kids moved along and all that, we can open that up. I mean, honestly, Willardine's doing, like, that's the problem, is I don't have enough people to work on enough stuff. I was going to say, honestly, I could open up the crafting to you, because this Sentient Cookie is in a cryopod, because they have, crumbling mind, so we're trying to salvage them. So ignore that bottom one. So I've got this pawn as our crafter and our researcher split, and so you see I've got them prioritized to do the study for the anomaly stuff, because I need that to keep stuff from getting out of hand. This one can craft, but they're a child, so they don't do it consistently enough. You can craft, but you're my construction pawn. You're my cook and my mining person. You're my growing person. Congratulations, I've run out of pawns. You get the problem. I could let all the crafting come to a stop and research, and that honestly is probably not the worst. But pretty soon I'll stop researching this too. Because looking at this, I'm running out of anomaly stuff to research. We're already maxing out a lot of our anomaly stuff. Greg says, assuming someone asked which came first, the chicken or the egg, the answer is really simple and rather obvious. The egg came first. Fish spawn from eggs, as do reptiles, both which were existed for a million years before chicken. Yep. Ooh, refugees. Yes. Yes to the refugees. Drop your weapons. Honestly, because half the time I have refugees show up and then they get all pissed off because they're like, I'm holding a garbage weapon. You're like, calm down. Yeah, so you want this room to be all floored. In this particular case, I'm just going to go right for flooring like that. Because if I smooth out the floor, it'll take longer. Okay, so please tell me our new colonists have some skills that we can put to use. Not really. This one here, the Coma Child, pretty much the worst. Low key, what do you have? You will not do dumb labor, you will not do skilled labor. Will not do intellectual, will not do artistic. You're a slowpoke and a slow learner. What is wrong with you? You'll do animals. That is all. Okay, so we're gonna have you take over animals entirely for right now. That's what you do here, is you take care of animals. What else? Nothing. Just animals. That is honestly one of the least capable pawns I've had in a colony at any point of having a colony. So for you get to mine. That's what you do. You mine, and if you have more availability after that, you can help research. That's fine. He can make animals... He can order animals to maul people on the... Have him tame all the rats in the map? I mean, he could. I'm not worried about that. I'm just gonna have him deal with that. Where are you going, Cal? Oh, you're hauling stuff. That's fine. Yeah, so I'm gonna have him literally be the one who handles all animal stuff. We've taken the other ones. Their handling responsibility has been reduced. That they won't even do it. He takes care of the animals. Your job? Animals. Nothing else. In the meantime, what we're gonna go do in the interim, we don't have enough beds. So those are temporarily going to be used as a barracks. It's a terrible barracks. We also need to go in here and smooth the surface in here. Because I am going to want to put down sterile floors later, and that's just what's going to do in the interim. Finally, Finally, we're getting mining in there, because now you got a refugee who that's literally all we're going to have them do. You're having heat stroke. That's worrisome. Because, you know, I guess I can build passive coolers. Temperature, passive cooler. Put one there. Put one here. And Lardine. So I can have you quickly build those 2 passive coolers. Those are going to be necessary. And neither one of you is an amazing combat person, right? No. No. Slowpoke for a melee pawn would be... Like, slowpoke on a ghoul would be awful. It'd be just straight up awful. Did you not actually build those? Guess what? You don't get to sleep yet. Build it. There you go. At least so they hopefully don't die of heat stroke. Alright, so yeah, we did have to expand to doing the other bedrooms and all that. It'll be a thing. And Moriarty's getting progress there. Those are going to be there. So Flash Storm, that'll be... Okay, so it's way over there, so we might be lucky. Because Flash Storms happen in an area, so hopefully it stays over on that side of the map, and we won't have to deal with the fires on our side. Alright. Oh, before we forget... Let's zoom this in. First, copy our settings. Link, paste, storage, no hay. The Shamblers are approaching. Is it just the 3? That can't be right. Hey, Ghouls. You feeling like going and eating some Shamblers? Really? Only 3? Yeah, no, I guess... Wonder why it's only 3. Major break on you because you ate raw food and a whole bunch of stuff. That's fine. Okay. Because, yeah, we're going to send our ghouls out to initiate on them. And our ghouls should wreck house them. Unless they got some, like, really sick things. No. Literally all of them are pretty soft. These two do actually have a little bit of melee. But I'm feeling pretty good about our ghouls that have just straight up higher melee. And then having a tough, nimble ghoul, a Yetkin, and another Yetkin. We should have the advantage over a group of Shamblers. So let's attack from the side here. We'll try to initiate on this one that's a little bit more dangerous on the get-go. Yeah. Ghouls and Shamblers 1-to-1, the ghouls win. There's not much more to be said about it. The ghouls win that fight. It's a shame none of them dropped anything for us. Because sometimes you get a shard from it. But that said, it was a very small raid for whatever reason. Oh, cancel that. That's fine. Alright, so we're still working on flooring that room. That's fine there. Major break risk on you because you're ravenously hungry because you mine so slow that you are starving to death trying to mine. Cool beans, man. That's going to really help you. And these are coming up ready for harvest. Those are coming up ready for harvest. Meanwhile, we can take this. Alright, and that'll be the last to mine over here, and then they'll get back to the room that will get the electricity set up. Delete the dye. Because that grow zone's gone. And I don't need all those, like, I'm not going to use all those cribs. It's just for me that I don't have to deal with it. Honestly, cancel, oh, don't, we'll just leave it alone. It's fine. For these ones, we'll just go ahead and replace those. We're just going to do the limestone floors here anyways. Can we cancel just the floors? Nah, I didn't think so. Because we want to just do the limestone there. And we can turn you this way. Alright. So get those bedrooms set up. That'll be fine. We have starvation on a couple people, which is a problem. Which we're just basically waiting for this to come up harvestable. What we can do in the interim is manage the animals. We have exactly how many animals we should have. Let's grab the ones that's not pregnant and kill it. And have Moriarty immediately butcher it. Are the ghouls running up to deal with it? What's going on here? Let's go to our assignments and make sure no one's trying to eat it raw. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So no corpses. Why are you not willing to butcher it? You forget about that. We can have the ghouls go eat other things. Oh, here we go. Hey, ghouls. Go get us lunch. How are you doing, by the way, ghoul? Alright. So we've got everyone starting to butcher the animals and all that to bring in food, so we shouldn't be starving. Because our vegetables should be recovering soon. Alright. Meanwhile, I'll need to build a door there. Right, and this is going to be our power room. And then we'll lose the penalty for it being disrespected there soon. Our freezer will be online soon. You shouldn't build that bioferrite. Yeah, you shouldn't. That's fine. Okay. And Moriarty's just trying to get all of these butchered, get some raw food, and then they'll be able to start cooking food. It is what it is. We're making slow progress. Site Stealer revealed. Okay. Ghouls. Gather. Start retreating back to the base. Yep, so schedule. Everyone stay in the security of the base. You get recreation time, my bad. In fact, all of you get in there. I would like to get these dealt with. When the ghouls get hungry, we can start dealing with it. The good news is these should... Yeah, we're harvesting them now. I was going to say, those should be harvested soon. So we have restricted everyone in here. Oh, and also zone. We can expand secure. It now covers that whole area. And that should be good. All right. So Kel's bad at that, but at least it is some level of progress. Oh yeah, because you're the slowpoke and everything. No, you don't have a bad back. The bad back was one of the people who attacked us. Okay, so we got rid of the penalty for discreet, like making them angry about that. I'm going to have them try and do a conversion ritual. See if we can't get ourselves a point, and if I can convert them, that'll get less mood penalties. Hey, it was effective, so we've almost got you converted. That's good news. Alright. And bear with me for just a minute here, chat. I need to quickly use the restroom and grab myself a drink, so I'll be right back in just a second. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for that.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Is this the thing? Okay. Unidentified, helpless creature that's dead. Can I run in? Nope, 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 nope. Okay.
I want to go home.
I was trying to run back out, but apparently it's like a black hole. I was like, do I need to find the thing in the middle and research it? The answer was no. The answer was the... It put an entire fireman's outfit in my main bag and immediately extremely overburdened me. I was just like instantly drugged to a halt. I'm like, oh no.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting. We're by
nothing.
ourselves.
Well, that's not what you want to see. Where are my SWAT? Oh, how'd you get through the door? I was busy focusing on there's one of the prisoners over here had a shotgun, Edward over here. I was like, oh, I may not want to go there. How did you get through the door? Oh, he probably stole keys. He must have stolen keys off of one of the people that got killed. All right, and we are back. So we got major break risks on both of our guests because they ate raw food, they're dislike xenotype, I mean they're drowsy. Dull barracks, ate without table. I mean they ate without tables on them. I've got tables. I mean I guess technically with it being raw food, not cooked food, they're going all the way out of the way. I need you to actually cook, Moriarty. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Yeah, so we just need to get the food cooked and hopefully get through this soon. The good news is you're pretty close to being converted. We will have to wait till this comes off cooldown, but that's fine. Now, Bongspill will prioritize stuff they can harvest over sowing. That's just the way it works. So that's good news for this, that they'll be down here dealing with this more than up here. That said, eventually we'll probably start getting enough meat out of this that I won't even have to worry about it. We'll get that sorted out. Yeah, because now I've got a rotation where we're actually slaughtering them. It's just not having the power on. is the problem. Which we've already got the bioferrite generator skill. I just need to actually get it built, which this is the room it's going in. And you're building all the floors and all that in the bedrooms. Getting all that stuff sorted out. That means we're going to have our people who are cutting brick are going to do the best they can to cut all the brick they can. We do have everyone restricted inside because we do have the event. Let's see, do you have a Sherlock in the colony too? I'm missing if I made a reference to Sherlock Holmes. I'm not. Oh, Moriarty. Yeah, we do not have a Sherlock. Moriarty is one of our community members. But yeah, so I do not have a Sherlock because no one on Twitch has the name Sherlock. That's not true. I'm sure there's probably a dozen different people that have variations of Sherlock as their username. Just everything here will be hay grass. When that starts getting going, we should be good there. All right. That'll be the de-aging thing. Oh, I didn't look at my colonists. How are my ages? 37, 20, 15, 42. Yeah, so we're fine, and they don't need to be de-aged. The ghouls, I don't think the ghouls can get bad back or anything like that. But there's only one, Harry. Their username is so juvenile, it's awful. Yeah, I mean, if we, like, don't get me wrong, we have people who do some, like, trolly, childish kind of names. If someone's name, we've only had, like, the entire time I've had the channel, I have, like, had 2 names where the person joined and their name was bad enough, and I'm like, nope, nope. I don't even care what you're about. Seeing that username makes me just not even want to let you say a word. We've had some pretty awful ones. And you know, people's like, but it's just my username. It's like, yeah, but I mean, seriously, man. I think the one is like, oh yeah, there's this or whatever. Oh hey, it sucks to be all of you. Are you gonna defend yourselves? You should defend yourselves, because there's probably a lot of those. My money is on the site stealers, because there's probably gonna be like a dozen or so of those. Is it really gonna be that few for the first one? Disease gutworms on... Holy crap, that's like everyone. Look. Well, they won. For now. Yeah, no, site stealers, the site stealers got taken out. The downside is... Alright. One second message. So TikTok stops trying to disconnect me because TikTok is weird in that streaming isn't enough to consider you active. You have to talk in chat because apparently that's a thing that people stream there. Is the very last Lardine? How many Lardines are on Twitch? That's a secret for only the Lardines to know and you to find out. Well, at least we now actually have a hospital to treat these people in. Streamers type chat. Yeah, no, it's for whatever. Most of the time, it's around like 8 or 9 hours of streaming that TikTok will bring up like this thing. It's like, we think you're inactive. Move this puzzle piece into the appropriate place or whatever, and it'll like bring that up like 2 or 3 times and then disconnect you anyways. And it's just easier to just type something in chat. So it's like message to stop it from disconnecting. It's annoying. TikTok's just, it's not properly set up for a lot of streaming stuff. So like YouTube has its problems with streaming and TikTok has its entirely different set of problems. So the downside is, why are you not being treated? There you go. Yeah, so I'm deliberately ignoring those. We're gonna have another wave of site stealers here. They'll have to deal. As long as they stay inside the perimeter, I don't care. And we should be able to sit there in between timing our harvesting of our butchering of the muffalo and that. We actually probably can not have to worry about that at all. Yeah, and these are going to be coming up right for harvest again. Those will as well. All right. Okay, so for anomaly, we have... Oh, is it not down here? Power? Yeah, bioferric generator. It is time. Oh, and I forgot you do take a shard. I technically have a shard, it's just not here. The shard is way down here still, right? Yeah, the shard's down there. Oh, I can't save you in time. Sorry, man. Alright, so what we are going to do... Schedule. Lardine. Unrestricted. Go grab that shard. We don't see any thing trying to grab them right now, and there's a bunch of them out here. So let's just grab that while we've got a gap in the Sight Stealers. And get you back here. Because that'll let me turn on the power finally. Alright, Harry, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, so schedule, secure, Lardine, needs. Stop what you're doing, go get yourself some food. And with that, we'll be able to finally turn on the freezer and start building lights, and all of these other things have been delayed. Nope, that is not what you're building. Oh, you can't build that because there's physically more there. Okay. So build the bioferrite generator. We don't have a great source of bioferrite, but we do have some. So we can get that all going. But with the bioferrite generator, we'll be able to turn on these. And meanwhile, we're going to set them down to 0 degrees Fahrenheit. So that any corpses and food we put in here will stay. So we won't have all that meat rotting constantly and that kind of thing. Major break risk, because you're in serious pain, because of gut worms. Come on, just bring that power online. Not out of steel, right? No, I got tons. Come on, Lardine, hang in there a little bit longer. I know you're hungry. I know you're in pain. I know you ate raw food. I know you've been insulted. You slept in the heat. You're wearing a dread leather sash, which we'll have to deal with that in a moment. Alright, come on. Well, you were picking up the food to eat to then do the construction. That's fine. So we have that. Is there anyone else who can do construction? Moriarty. I shouldn't have you doing that because I need you to be cooking all the time. But this is genuinely getting the electricity on for the entire building. All of this is already wired. I literally just need to smash that cable together. And then we're good. And let there be electricity. And with that, we now have ourselves a freezer, a mech cluster. Is that attacks immediately or waiting? Waiting could be good, because we do have Sight Stealers. Oh, that's cool. We do have Sight Stealers that should be attacking any time now. So I'd rather they not attack right away. Starvation on Lardine? Oh, Lardine, don't be out there. Okay, so we've got a problem. And that problem is Lardine is out there where the Sight Stealers are going to attack and is on a break, so is not going to protect themselves. So we need to run to get to Lardine before things go sideways. One good news is the Sight Stealers do seem to be initiating on the mechs over here. So that's going to buy us some time. Lardine, buddy, I either need you to stop having a break. Where are you going? Are you going to rest? Okay, get back. Because the good news is the Sight Stealers have been drawn towards the mechs. So as long as Larding gets back in the perimeter, this problem is kind of solving itself. So that said, fighting the Scyther is a little bit dangerous. The Scyther did a good job. The Lancer's basically done. Cool. So that Sight Stealer finished off that. So we've got 2 mechs left, an unknown number of Sight Stealers still running around. Don't attack my wall. You've got a Sight Stealer heading right for you, friend. Just keep your way around. Extreme break risk on you. That's fine, honestly. Do you know where you're even going right now? Betrayal offer. You will give me Solar Pinhole, Void Sight Myriad Pain Stopper. I actually don't care about that, really. So I'm actually really happy that these two are splitting up, because this one's going to run into a Sight Stealer. There it is. Now that Sight Stealer is injured, so there's a good chance it could still win. Meanwhile, for the other group, what do you got that you need? You're in serious pain and I can't do anything about it. We're going to leave Lardine out of this. The others are going to come along. We're going to start bringing them over here. Oh, you managed to defeat those. Where are you going right now? Because we don't want to engage him up close. We want to shoot at him. You, we want to engage up close. Is your movement speed already penalized? Yeah, your movement speed is like heavily penalized. So you 3, jump on that. You start running. Never mind, you're good. Get back in. And schedule unrestricted. Gutworms. Yeah, just dealing with some gutworms. Yeah, so you had a break because you're in lots of pain because gutworms. Alright, in the meantime, is there any animals that are good for us to knock down and eat with the ghouls? Yeah, you are perfect for that. And meanwhile, we'll also go orders. Actually, what am I doing? They can eat the anomaly stuff. Alright. Because basically we got food all over the map now. Oh, the Lardines got gutworms. Yeah, I mean, if it's the last Lardine and they have gutworms, that would mean all the Lardines have gutworms. Please eat before you have another major, another break. Gutworms are so awful. And most of those are all bad enough injured they're gonna die. We've got plasteel here and there that'll be able to make another door. You're dealing with observing rotting corpses. Okay, fair enough. So we've got our fancy new freezer that has nothing in it. Oh, meanwhile... Okay, so the problem is all of these are going to require a lot of bioferrite, and I don't have the bioferrite yet. So sadly, because we're using bioferrite for our power, I gotta wait till our bioferrite gets more of it. But once we start getting there, it'll be good. Alright, so we've got some people with major break risks here. Insulted, serious pain. Man, the fact that the gutworms hit 6 of our colonists is real fast. Fancy but empty freezer. It's the thought that counts, right? Yeah, it feels like it. It's just, we were still recovering our food and then immediately got hit by gutworms, so we're just sitting there dealing with it. It is what it is. It's bad. Alright, so we've got that. We're still mining that out. We've got all that floored except for those corners. We do have Sentient Cookie actually getting some brick cut and all that, which is good news. And you're getting the slate pulled up. You could fill it with all the other Lardines. No, there's only one left. The others are gone. The good news, this is all coming up soon, so Bongsville should be able to take care of that soon. If they don't have a break because gutworms. Alright, meanwhile, who was the one who was almost converted? Hey, let's have Sentient Cookie have a talk to you about your thing. Guess you're saying you'll be back tomorrow was a lie? Yeah, I've had those nights where I just can't get good sleep either. Sad Wanderer, we did get our, we got 2 Muffalo that we've, slain because they aged up. Alright, so one thing we're gonna go ahead and do is, for all these kids that we had cleaning as a priority, we're just gonna have them haul. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we'll have them haul before doing that.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Juffy _.
Thank you, Randall, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Juffy. Juffy, you now have yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to emotes whether you want it or not. So thank you so much, Randall Thor, for that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. And thank you for the follow. Alright, so you're going to go Entity Slayer. I can really get down with that, especially if you target the Revenant. That Revenant right there, ooh, really feel like that Revenant could really use a good old-fashioned being murdered. Because for those who don't know, when they kill the Revenant, all that happens is the Revenant, like, goes down and then reforms.
Thank you, Juffy _ for gifting a sub to Selvaxry.
Thank you, Juffy, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Silveraxi and kicking off a hype train. I really do appreciate that. Alright, so they killed one of the Sight Stealers, and they killed the Revenant, so that's good. So what we're going to have you do is, we're going to have you find someone to capture the Revenant's spine. And are any of those Sight Stealers still up? No, we'll just have to get a new one. That's fine. I love the Revenants for Entity Slayer, because literally it's like, oh, you killed it, no problem. Well, it's back, so that's cool, I guess. Maintain only. We'll tell them to extract it for now. Just no big deal. Alright, so they did kill 2 Sight Stealers. Not my favorite, because we are depending on Bioferrite for power. That said... Wait. Oh, between the 2 of them, they killed all the Sight Stealers. Boo. I was going to say they only give a tiny little bit per in-game day, so don't do those ones. Lardine, when you're back up, let's have you prioritize making the Harvester here. Yeah, because they all have the sick penalty and the intense pain penalty. So effectively, when you have gut worms, it's pretty much like having a constant -20. Yeah, so don't build that. Build this instead. And then the food poisoning doesn't help. Yeah, so I need you to keep hauling. Hopefully, I wish you would prioritize hauling the other stuff in there. That's fine too. That's at least food for the ghouls in there by having the stuff in there. I have no idea what that means, so Maxie.
Hi.
Thank you, Randathor, for the 200 biddies. I really do appreciate that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. We've got everyone who now needs medical treatment because absolutely, oh, of course, my main doctor is sick. Cal can help, though. That's good news. But thank you so much for the biddies. I really do appreciate pushing our level 1 hype train a bit farther up, so thank you so much for that. Yeah, and we're just dealing with everyone having gut worms and everyone getting, upset about it and getting sick. That's what the thing that's really hurting our food now is just everyone with their gut worms. Because they get hungrier faster, they throw up, which makes them hungrier even faster. It means everyone's in pain, so they're working a little bit slower. Let's see, another YouTuber froze all the tentacles off triple spikes, turning them into harmless entity nuggets. Oh yeah, the downside is what is it? The triple spikers, unfortunately, what the downside is they don't really give you enough stuff. There's a lot of those. I've had in other runs where I've had like a devourer where I shattered its spine, and it's like, cool, I have a devourer shattered spine. Well, that's just a freebie. You could just kind of sit in your room and do whatever. Okay, you're covering from your food poisoning. And Lardine's in there, so Cal, go treat them. No, those bad tens aren't going to help. Alright, we do have a bunch of raw food out there, which is going to be something. Cool, and Lardine did go right to this, so that we are now extracting bioferrite from the Revenant, and we're actually extracting at the maximum speed, which is 4. We are going to allow construction of those other ones. Growth Moment Craven Horde. Okay, so you're going to get construction, and you're going to get tough. I hate to break it to you, Craven Horde. There is a very strong possibility if you don't end up getting a bunch of good skills, and you get a bunch of good melee skills, you might become who gets cloned into making more ghouls. Just saying. The main you won't become a ghoul, because I'll need you for cloning purposes for making other ghouls. But, you know, things happen. And there's a bunch of stuff. That's actually a clever idea, is to deliberately cause them hypothermia so they lose their limbs and all that for that extraction. I love the Revenants for it because they give you really good output. And then again, once you're past the early game, they're not that bad to deal with. All right, so thank you so much for getting that hype train kicked off and all that. We hit a 75% on a level 1 hype train with 200 biddies, and I believe it was 2 subs. So I really do appreciate that. It does mean a lot. Entity nuggets, yeah. That sounds like a very RimWorld thing to do. Okay. And so you are cooking food, so we are actually getting meals now, so that's nice. Alright. And we'll start putting all the extra food in the freezer. Now we do have it so we put the actual meals on here. It would honestly, one of the things we could do is the Soothe Pulsar and the Animal Pulsar. So if I put both of those, I think we had an Animal Pulsar. What did we have? I'm trying to restrict how many meals they put on there. Yeah. So if we let them put those on here, then what'll end up happening is they'll only stack 10 meals on there, and the rest will go in the freezer so they don't rot. Because I like keeping the food right next to the table just so they actually bother to get that. Chicken nuggets, human nuggets, any nuggets. Normal day in the Rim. Yeah, RimWorld does get pretty out there. So we've got heat stroke going on because Oh, right. I made this mistake again. This is an easy to fix mistake, though. So we could just go to where... We can go here and just say remove roof. Yeah, so I do have places I can actually punch a hole through the roof. Because this heats up the rooms it's in. So we don't want them in here a lot. Let's see, do you put the clones in the thingy that makes them age faster? You forgot the name of it? That makes them age faster? I'm not aware of a thing that makes you age faster. You can pause aging. You can reduce aging. I mean, you can do the ritual that steals old age from one person and gives it to another. Or like steals youth from one person and gives it to another. But that's a ritual. If there's something that like maliciously ages people, that'd be a new one for me. We're gonna need a dedicated hauler for this colony as time goes on. You all fed? Yeah. Vanilla expanded events, Psychic Rain does? Oh, it ages you? Eek. That's actually pretty brutal. So, honestly, I don't need to mine this out that far. Let's cancel the last couple tiles out this way. And just leave it this big, because that'll be more enough for like 4 of these, and 4 bioferrite generators is going to be way more power than we'll need nighttime things. You think it was a mod? Yeah. I don't run many mods, so a lot of times when people are like, do you have this? Oh, it's a mod? The answer's going to be no. Alright, so we've got that set up there, and there. We will need to run power through here. Because it is time to start getting our lights turned on in this place. With Anomaly, lights become really important. Like, the lights have lots of benefits, to be clear. But with Anomaly, lights go from, that's kind of nice to have, to, no, really, we need the lights. The lights are really important. Alright, so we've got all those. We'll put lights in every bedroom. Because there's an Anomaly event that literally, if you're in the dark, you start getting damaged constantly, and it's a bad time, and you really don't want it. And that should cover the whole room here. You'll need one for each and every one of these rooms. Fine there. Takes care of that spot. Takes care of this spot. We can put it this way. Normally I put like the big area light there, but then I have to run cable, so that's fine. So that takes care of all that. We don't have the advanced lights to fill this area up yet. I think I got all the individual rooms. We didn't get the freezer. The freezer is going to be a painful room. Yeah, I'll probably have to put some on the ends as well. And maybe even one still in the middle. Alright. And I could put the ones on the grounds, but we'll go with that for right now. We'll have to run power to more of these places, because I'm going to need to run power out here. And we'll need to run power out this way and this way. We could also go down here again and say, mine that out again. Okay. Long nights can be brutal too. Yep. Alright, so we've got all that going. We've got those floored. These ones we'd ultimately want to floor in bioferrite one day. We're not going to worry about that right now. That, we're going to be doing the other flooring. So what we're going to go ahead and do is this will be expensive on limestone. So we're going to run this the whole way down there. Alright, so we'll start getting that floor floored. With that room floored. Okay. And that's mostly using up a bunch of this limestone that we got piled around. we'll get that going. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to deliberately go out of my way and say, hey, mine steel. The components, I don't think we're quite ready to start saying go out of your way to mine that. Let's look at where we got compacted steel. So we got compacted steel in this wall. I'm going to tell them to mine it, and we can seal that up later. We've already got that queued to mine. There's some compacted machinery back here. So I'm going to tell them to mine these 2 blocks just so it's exposed so I don't overlook it later. We've already got that queued up to mine. Got some site stealers over there. You're good here. Got more components over there. And the reason I'm not going on my way to do the components right now is if I do go on my way to do the components right now, we will run into a lot of problems with, you know, just... Sorry, I'm being distracted by a bunch of different things. We will get, like, the risk of having a big stack, like 50 components that someone could tantrum and destroy all of them in one stack, which is always really rough. But it'll fine. We'll get there. Alright, so you got Preach Health available. We're going to convert you. Alright. So you're going to tend to your gut worms, you're going to eat some more food. A 13% is not going to help you on this cause, man. Medical treatment needed. Nope, don't go anywhere. Actually, how's Cal doing? Cal, do this. Because not having food poisoning or pain is going to give you a much better result. I say as we only get 36%. We are working on building the lights and getting all that online. It's going to take time. That's fine. The point is, it's tangible progress. Yeah, if you go down here and sow that area instead first. Alright. What do you mean by converting people, making part of your colony? Yeah, no, I usually don't bother. Like, if there's a really good colonist, like someone comes in or like, oh, it's, you know, a tough, nimble brawler, I'm like, yes, we're taking them. But outside of like those really strong pawns, it's not very often I will capture people and bring them in anymore. Like, there's definitely value in doing that, but it's just not as important as it used to be. Like, there's just enough ways to get pawns that you just don't need to anymore. Alright, so one, we're gonna go ahead and say, I would like to give you 100 herbal medicine, because I'm sitting on a mountain of it. I'm gonna go ahead and take the bioferrite you have, because I need all I can get. We will take the plasteel, because I'm gonna need that for containment rooms. And honestly, thank you. Have a nice day. Alright, we finally reached the point that the Muffalo are not eating all that. So let's go ahead with our animal population, the Muffalo. You can now have 12. We're going to let the population grow a little bit more. Because I don't want to end up harvesting very often up here. The good news is, as you can see in our freezer, we are just collecting more and more Muffalo. Which is the whole idea, is that they will become one of our primary food sources. And they will become the primary food source for our ghouls. You're talking about the Tranquilizer Turket mod? I literally don't care about mods. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I prefer my games to be vanilla or vanilla-esque. There are tons and tons of cool mods that don't think it's a bad thing that they exist or anything like that. And like no judgment for anyone who uses them. But the moment you open the modding can of worms, there's just too much things that I gotta keep track of. I'd much rather just play the vanilla game and stick to it. Once in a while, we'll do like a modded run where we add a couple different, more exotic things, but it's pretty rare you'll see me mod any meaningful amount. Alright. We don't need another ad break before the stream's over, so I'm going to keep, like, the ad break would have started. I'm going to keep kicking down the can as long as it does it. Twitch only lets me delay ads 3 times. We're going to do all 3, and then we'll wrap up stream before it kicks in. Alright. This is kind of, if you've ever done a rancher run, rancher runs with the rancher ideology are pretty hard, because you have to do stuff like this, where you just have this giant field of animals to eat. Just because the animals are very inefficient food-wise. And you can have it where you don't grow the hay grass, but then you just need a big enough field, and you need to keep the trees cut back so that there's room for the grass to grow. And then the real danger is, like, if you have a bad fight where you get, like, impids burn the fields or whatever, you run to lots of problem feeding them. Yeah, so God Donkey Duff is actually doing a bunch of hauling, which I really appreciate. That's been way behind. Oh man, we need to find some place to buy blue fur. That blue fur is going to be a major, major problem for our wealth. Because it's expensive, and we are getting a lot of it. You remember any colony where you had like 1 adult and 20 kids? That's hard to set up in general, because you obviously didn't have those kids naturally, because even if you tried to min-max the speed of it, they would grow up clones. Even that would be hard, because the cloning thing here can only be used once per 30 days. I'm hesitant to believe it was that high. I could see it with mods. Oh, actually, if you're using a mod that lets you clone stuff, then that's fine, but that's just asking for a bad time. Why is that rotting in storage? Why was that on this shelf? Hold up. Hold up. Storage. You have raw food here. Okay, so those are separate groups. That's fine. So link, storage, no food goes in this room. Food goes here. Alright. So you're getting close to getting done with your gut worms. Alright, so the catch with this is we're gonna get the steel out of here. I mean, we can fill that in with sandstone. I was gonna say I don't want to waste the sandstone on this, but it's probably fine. Volcanic winter for this. I do actually want the glitter world. I don't care about the honor, but right now I want my food to stabilize before I accept a volcanic winter. So you go ahead and treat that. It's just all terrible treatments. Cool. So yeah, so we should start having people who had gutworms get cured. A lot of them will be down to like 10, 20, 30%, with 1 or 2 of them that'll be dragging a bit farther behind. Alright, just a couple more 10s that will be out of the gutworm territory, which will really help with the moods. Growth moment on Donkey Duff. So Donkey Duff is a jogger. Is this trying to make me make Donkey Duff into our combat pawn, or into our ghoul cloning one? because we can get them a... Oh, never mind. We're okay. So it's Jogger. We're going to go for shooting, and we are going to go for... probably cooking. I know we've been hurting on the mining for now, but that's the whole thing. We're going to give them careful shooter. So that's a pawn. I'm going to want to switch out from having that to giving them a bolt action or a sniper rifle later. Because I had really good luck with our last run. We had someone who was really high shooting and careful shot with a masterwork bolt action. And it was more than half of the fights. The fight would start, you'd see the first shot, and there was an enemy dead because, you know, they would immediately brain or heart or whatever one of the enemies. And the rest of the fight, that wasn't necessarily the biggest contributor to the fight. But having that initial, this enemy's out, don't worry about it, is a really strong benefit. Alright, so they're here for 3 more days and then they'll leave. I do not care about it if it's not inside my base. Because those walls are not flammable. It's not a me problem. That said, the doors are flammable, so I actually probably do want to put a little bit of a home zone right around the doors. So we'll go like that. And we'll go like this. And like this. Because they'll sweep the home zones and all that, and it's just, I don't want them doing that. But making sure just outside the door doesn't burn. Well, hey, don't do that. Why are those in my home zone? Alright, so we're having a party. Let's clear these home zones, because somewhere along the lines these got claimed. Yeah, honestly, I'm down to leave that the way it is. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll consider this part of our base. Because I do have the sentient cookie clone chilling inside of that, so probably good to consider part of our base. Alright, how are we doing? Get you converted. 1.7%. They're just barely not going to see our ideology before they go. Okay, that said though, chat, it is getting to be about that time, so for those who have enjoyed tonight's content and aren't already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follows, that way you can find your way back here in the future. I do stream 5 days a week from 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST, so to about this time. The only days I don't stream is Thursdays and Fridays, and I do play a variety of games, so I do hope you enjoyed all that. But it has been an excellent night hanging out with all of you. If you're watching on YouTube and TikTok, the stream will abruptly drop because there's no such thing as raiding over there. But over here on Twitch, if you stick around, we're going to go find someone to raid. Probably be playing RimWorld. I actually know who I have in mind if they're live. I think they'll be live today. So, for those over on YouTube and TikTok, goodbye to you. Thank you for tuning in. As we get all that canceled. And the reason I'm trying to tie it up now is if I go too much longer, y'all